All right, we're back. Happy Monday, everybody. What's up?
Hey, everybody.
And Kat's back from vacation.
hmm
How you feeling? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Good. I am good. I have
You finally feeling better?
I'm getting there. Man, it's a slow recovery.
Yeah, it feels like
It's a
this one's
pain.
really stuck around.
As long as the voice sticks out, can stick the landing, we're good. And yeah,
Hey,
Therabos.
Therabos.
What's up? How you doing? Oh.
Yeah, what have you done this weekend while I've been out of
Well,
town?
whenever I haven't been working, I've been gregging. We've heard that one before, haven't we?
Right?
So yeah, I did make. So last time, last stream, we were working on the Radox polymer. So that's like the next plastic.
Oh,
And you need that very specifically for the Mothership, which is definitely a thing we're going to get into.
yeah.
Dude, Theravos, 4 months in a row. Holy crap. Thank you so
wow.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. Thanks for just hanging out, too. Always a pleasure. So yeah, I had to come in here and upgrade this one machine. So this was like a normal little oil cracker over here before, but it was way, way too slow. Thank Bezos. Yeah, true that. So I had to make the mega oil cracker, which is the first one we've ever made. And yeah, this is going much, much quicker now. Let me actually look at Radox polymer. Yeah, we're almost at 100,000. Which may not sound like a lot, but yeah, this stuff was insanely slow before, so that actually is a good amount. Yeah, we'll need a lot more in the future, but it's a good start. I did also just kind of upgrade various machines around here. Brought the main power over here and pretty much running everything at UV at the very least. I also made these neutron activator or neutron. What are these called? Yeah, neutron activators. I made these the max size because we were only using the little short minimum baby size before. So those are going, basically everything's going much, much quicker. And all the forms of Naquata are like really, really important to current operations.
Yeah.
The base. So I wanted to make sure that everything was in good shape.
That's good. I'm sure your future self will thank you for your past self.
Yeah, that is always the hope, right? In GTNH, yeah, true. Let's see what else. So because we got that Radox polymer last stream, I always want to say episode, but that doesn't sound right. We were able to upgrade the PCB factory to tier 2, and that was our last quest. And so UHV 100% done. We are into UEV now. We got 2 of these quests done. But really, there's not a lot we can do here until we do this quest. Raw Tingum. Pretty much the only place you can get Tingum is tier 9 planet Seth. And you can't use a normal rocket to get there. No. You have to make the Mothership.
Mothership. I think that sounds so cool.
Yeah. But real quick, I just wanted to kind of go over like the rest of the stuff that happened. Do you want to come with me to Autocraft? Oh, wait, before you even do that. Present.
Oh, yeah. You did tell
Staff
me
of
you-
Teleportation. This is like a much better version of the Ender, whatever the other staff is called. Yeah, we're going on a field trip, exactly. Base tour, sort of. So basically, this thing can see the anchors a lot further away. And when you want to go to one, you have to, for some reason, the controls on this are reversed. So before you would just right click, now you have to shift right click and anchor to get to it with the staff. And then you do a normal right click when you want to go like between floors and stuff.
Okay.
So it takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's overall, like once you get used to it, it's definitely a better staff. Just because of that distance differential.
Whoa.
It's a little trippy. So if you're not going through a floor, you can actually like go pretty far with just a right click.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of neat in that
I
respect.
wasn't
But
expecting that.
if for anybody wondering about the craft, it's like once you get to the point where we're at, it's a pretty simple extreme crafting recipe. It's just a bunch of energy cells, dense obsidian. You have to make a lot of staffs of traveling, which is kind of annoying, but because of these ender crystals. But yeah, other than that, ZPM fuel generator, it's pretty easy. We could have made this quite a while ago, actually. But hey,
I don't think we learned about it till the end of
yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I think it was Greg who actually informed us of its existence, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, we definitely need to do that. Take a look. This actually involved something you were doing last stream, which was you were trying to like do something on a particular circuit in the LCRs. So I went ahead and just made a mega chemical reactor. And so if you want to add like buses and hatches, like a separate little subnet for like circuit 1 recipes or some other circuit, you can do that along this column here.
Okay. That is fantastic.
Yeah, it's so much better, and it's so much faster too. So
I bet it is.
It's like a win-win. For some reason the hatches and buses can only go on the 4 corners, which seems like a very odd spot for them, but yeah. Oh, and take a look at the Vulcanist.
Oh, yeah.
This is your style, Kat. Kat loves her RGB and her computers and stuff, so this is perfect.
Yes. All the RGB.
It was something for the Mothership when I was trying to craft the Mothership parts. I don't remember what it was, but there was some kind of let me see if I can find it. Yeah, enriched Naquata alloy ingot. Can only be done with infinity coils. And
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we spent some of our infinity on this, but wasn't too big of a deal. Just 42. Now when I go and try to craft 864 or 2112 for the DTPF, yeah, that's got to be a little tougher, but
Yeah, that's really gonna hurt.
yeah, and that's okay. Oh yeah, I moved the ugly arc furnace over here. Remember this multi-block?
Yeah.
Yeah, the big throw up 7x7 cube. Yeah.
This is not a very pretty block.
Well, it's not a cube, but you know what I mean. But it needed better power, so got that taken care of. I think that's everything in auto crafting. Oh yeah, come over to chemical. Okay. So check this out. I actually increased the size of this room significantly. None of this space was here before. Look how close we are to your on the mini map to your
What?
that's Kat's witchery room. Right
That's
over here.
crazy.
Yeah, I was like, because I need this to be as big, because I need a bunch of bacterial vats here, basically. A bunch of these quads to kind of like go all the way down the line. So
Well, I'm really glad I didn't make my room any wider.
I hope you didn't need to.
Well,
At
no,
any
no,
point.
no, no. I made it
Okay.
as big as it needs to be.
Well, the reason that you didn't do that is come up here.
Why is it not working?
Wait for it. Just shift right click the fluid storage. I didn't mean for this to be a big issue. You're still getting used to the wand. It definitely takes a little
But
figuring out,
the anchor kept like disappearing and reappearing too. So.
yeah, things can be a little awkward like that. Basically, I got rid of the basement for this fluid storage room because we didn't need it. So I had not expanded that room down there previously because there was a basement, and I was like, no, I really need to do this. So yeah, basement gone.
Yeah, I know when I was planning the room, I think all you had was like a catwalk in that place.
Yeah, that's right.
And I tried to like base off of that.
Yeah, and you didn't want to intrude on the fluid storage room because of the height of this. So yeah, no, it all worked. It all worked out pretty perfectly, actually.
Still have to finish this room.
This room is so cool. I hadn't been in here in a little while. And your pictures haven't been falling off?
Yeah, thank God. That was awful. We had the meteor like too close to this. I
The
thought it
blood
was
magic
far enough
meteor.
away.
Yeah.
But every time we'd activate it, it would knock off all the paintings. It would knock off like everything off the item frames.
Oh yeah, the item frames, that was even worse. Yeah.
It was painful.
No, all good now. Although I gotta say, we're probably done with meteors.
Really?
Yeah, and there's a really good reason for that. Come to space elevator.
Ooh.
It's past. If you go to autocraft, then you should be able to find it, or just fly there. That's true.
I need to go to autocraft? Where am I going?
No, just space elevator.
Oh, I saw you talking about this a little bit before stream.
I made the space mining module Mark II because you couldn't get it with the Mark I. I was looking for a very specific ore, Infinity Catalyst ore, because we were running out of the ability to make Molten Infinity, which we need for like a bunch of crafts going forward, like the Infinity Coils, a bunch of other stuff. So I was like, okay, I'll go ahead and make the mining module Mark II, and we're automatically providing it with what are these, like the Naquata rods, Naquata drill tip, etc. And that gave us the ability to get Infinity Catalyst. I went from last night when I set this up, before I went to bed, we went from 100,000 Infinity Catalyst to 10.7 million now.
God,
dude, this thing is cracked. Like, as long as you are providing this thing with the little Naquata rods and drill tips, it's absolutely insane. So,
well, that's amazing.
I understand what all the hubbub was about with the space elevator. And of course, we're going to be able to get a lot more upgrades for this thing really soon. We're going to get a space assembler.
What do you do that? What do you do with that?
It's got like special crafting recipes on it. I think there's some things you can only craft with the space assembler. It does make making the Lapatronic batteries and stuff easier. There's like better recipes for those things. We actually need it for our new optical circuits we're going to be making this tier. So, couple things. Yo, what's up, Halloween? How are you this evening?
Hey, Halloween.
But not only that, space pump.
Oh yeah.
And with the space pump, we can get oxygen, helium, argon, xenon, ethylene, sulfuric acid, nitrogen, all the stuff. So it's going to be so good. And we're very close to that. As once we get Tingum, which is what we need to make the basic UEV parts, yeah, we'll be in business. Currently making 96 more UAAL. Dude, I need to start working on more AALs for like general purpose, because we are still using, unfortunately, these 8 over here, these 8 normal assembling lines. We do have our dedicated AALs here for circuit stuff, but yeah. It's the same as assembly lines, so it's faster to do. Oh, really? It's faster to do in AAL. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I did not realize that. And yo, Stensvik, what's up? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna be putting that Mothership stuff together, and hopefully you'll be able to come with me. I'm not really sure exactly how the whole Mothership thing works, but you know, we're gonna figure it out today. So
that'll be really, really cool. Like, I'm totally excited about the Mothership.
Yep, same. Until then, I'll just keep you updated on what's going on. What is your plan? What are you thinking about?
I am trying to just go through the quest book and work on some different things, because we want to 100 complete everything.
Yeah, you're in completionist mode lately these days.
There's like so many like extra quests that are hidden in all of these, so you can stay busy a while.
You were working on a lot of Thaumcraft last time, I think, right?
I was working on a lot of Thaumcraft. I stumbled on this just before stream, the Getting Around tab, and we could probably make like all of this super easy right now.
Oh, that stuff. Yeah, probably.
It's like,
yeah.
I think I'll just focus on this tab.
Okay.
And see how far I can get in this today.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good to me. All right, well, I'm going to get into it.
Do it.
Thankfully, I did do a lot of the tedious, hey, order this from Applied Logistics. Hey, order this thing. Order this thing. So, we're just going to put all this together. It actually shouldn't take that long. Let's see. Space race. So we needed shuttle nose cones and legs. Which we have. There we go. Ooh, free Kevlar. Yo, Geronimo, what's going on? Hey, what's going on with your, for anybody who doesn't know, Geronimo, is normally streaming, during the week, around the same time we are, but, had some PC issues. How's it going? Are they working on repairing your PC? I hated to see that had happened to you. All right. We basically have everything. They start repair tomorrow. Okay, good. Good. Sounds like it's moving somewhat quickly, at least. Yeah, another really annoying craft, by the way, was surprisingly the shuttle schematic. So this thing, in order to be able to even make the shuttle, you need the schematic first, and you needed all these random ores, which I had to go put a void miner on, what was it, Barnardus E, I think, as well as Vega P, and that way we were able to get a hold of all these ores. And the rest, these parts are expensive, but we got it. Just have terrible luck with computers. I mean, Kat and I have been there too. When it rains, it pours. But yeah, I did go ahead, get that shuttle schematic as well. No boss needed. How sad. Okay. Don't know what that means. Oh, because there's no boss you defeat to get the schematic, yeah. Much time to plan out the world building series. Hey, I mean, at least you're able to do something with that time. It's cool. Best way to look at it. Can't believe y'all's progress. Yeah, Mothership. I know, right? Dude, I did not actually think that, like, if you had asked me way back when we started streaming this world, I probably would have, like, I wanted to go all the way. But if you had asked me, what do you realistically think is going to happen, I wouldn't have thought we would get this far. So, Kat and I are really happy with how things have gone. Are you doing ion thruster jets or normal thrusters? I was planning on doing ion thruster, and then I was having a problem with not enough infinity catalyst. So I just went with the normal. But I was also not expecting to get, 10 plus million infinity catalyst from the space elevator. So, yeah, we could have done ion. Unfortunately, I know it's going to be a lot slower with the other, but it is what it is. I did go ahead and it's not worth it in your opinion? Interesting. Well, we're going with the normal rocket engine jet, so. And I did batch some, I don't know how much Naquata Mark II fuel we need. Made 50,000 liters. I don't actually know if that's going to be enough, though. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Oh, can you not shift? Oh, I don't think you can shift left click stuff in here. I think you have to. Okay, hold on. I'm going to cheat. I'll make a little screenshot. Expensive. You barely use your motherships and you just teleport to your 9 planets with Mark III motor. Yeah. It's like once we get to the Amun-Ra system or whatever, I assume it's not going to be an issue anymore. So. But yeah, I actually didn't know the Mark III space elevator motor allowed you to do that. That's cool. You were doing this abomination. Yes, and I'm excited too. Now, will that excitement turn into something else later? Yeah, perhaps. Until then. Right. Shuttle rocket number 1. Also, I'm not sure that Kat and I can travel to the same mothership or not. I guess we're about to find out. I'll go up first. And then, see, but yeah, there we go. Our little shuttle rocket to take us there. Also need the mothership navigation console. We do have. Empty map or field generated UHVs. Does anybody know if I need these empty maps for any reason? That seems weird. I would assume not. Yeah. That's very weird. Can always set up a teleposer for it. So we do use home commands, and I was assuming that a home command would work for the mothership. If not, though, then yeah, I guess I will have to make a teleposer. The maps are OP. Hold on, I'm hearing mixed signals here. You set warp, which is public. Yeah, that's true. We hadn't really used the warps. I always forget about those. But yeah, that's a good idea. And then Kat can just teleport up there. Cool. All right, and I believe, yeah, we do have... Oh, wait, where are my wet wares? Oh, no, I used some of them. Whoops. Okay, I need 16 more wet wares real quick. That shouldn't take too long. Okay. So other than the wet wares, which we're going to get in a second, we can go ahead and check that box. Now, I've heard that the dark matter shard is very difficult to get unless you, like, go to some... Like, I think there is a way to get it, but it's annoying. And you actually do need that for... gravity generator. So I'm going to leave that unclaimed for now, but I assume that I should take the dark matter shard. Is it needed for anything in 2.6.1? Well, it is this recipe here, the artificial gravity generator. There is actually a recipe involving it. And the disruptor, both. Gorge stuff in 2.7. Oh, I don't... Oh, God. Dude, are people actually using Gorge as a abbreviation for Godforge? Is that a thing? That's kind of funny. George. Okay. Sure, why not? Oh, and we do have our rocket engine base and rocket engine jet. We didn't skimp out. We got all 10 bases. Didn't want to run into any issues. And go fuel up these shuttles real quick. Let's see. Gravity engines are free, yeah. Well, Kat should be able to get one as well. So we'll get 2. 1 for each of those parts. So that should work out. Speaking of Kat, what are you up to right now? What are you working on specifically?
I am working on these Sojourner stashes. There's the Sojourner stash, Wind Strider stash, and Globetrotter stash.
I think those, like... Don't those... Isn't that Britannia's way of doing, like, step assist?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We could have done that. Always forget the portable chunk exists. Dude, this thing is great. What's up, PXX? Yeah, this thing is great for, I don't know, early Galacticraft stuff. It's nice just to be sort of have like a, quick like, oh god, I'm running out of oxygen, use the Spectre key to come here. I always had a Thaumic Restore here as well for flight potion. And yeah, this was sort of like a one-stop shop to do all this stuff. Globetrotters is very nice for general use, really. Okay.
For the quest, we really only had to make this Sojourner sash. I just saw that a second ago, so. making the other one.
I think the Sojourners is the only one I've ever made before, like in another mod pack.
I remember you making that one before.
Yeah, the safe room's really cool. Also, kind of a funny thing. There's Cat's safe room right over there. You can actually see it from here. A little trippy. Yeah.
We can wave at each other.
Yep. But yo, what's up, system? Hope you're doing well this evening. All right, both of these are fueled up. Go back. Yeah, I kind of wish we had done more Britannia, like, earlier in the pack. Probably pay better attention to it in a subsequent playthrough or something. Let's see, wetwares, there we go. That's our other 16. Let's see, let's use a drum. I want to see if you can use interfluid conduit, like provide more fluid to the rocket engine bases. I don't know, we'll see what happens. But let's see. Quada based liquid fuel Mark II. We've got 51,000. Just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and start. Oh no, I can't. Never mind. Okay. Well, I hope this is enough. We'll find out. 7A2 system in my portable chunk. Oh, I never thought about doing that. Always forgot to use it. Yeah. Yo, Shmev, what's up? Gonna be in and out just lurking. Hope you all are doing well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're doing great. Definitely glad to be back at it. Cat's back home from vacation, so I'm happy. All right, let's put the stuff in my inventory. And I think that's everything. We'll put that on the launch pad. Yeah. Whatever. Let's go. Let's do it. Good old dark oak trick for the nether roof. I always do the ladder with an ender pearl trick in like the corner. Get above bedrock. I've never tried that trick. Sorry, what's up, Kat?
I was saying, all right, so you're going now?
I'm just gonna try because I have to build it first. I think there's gonna be like a little button for me to click in the map for me to build it, hopefully. You can have a nice opening. Yeah, that's true. That probably is the better way to go. Yeah. Okay. A mothership can be built here, and it says I have everything. All right, let's do it. All right, and there it is. Oh, whoa, whoa. There we go, mothership. Oh. All right, there we go. Yeah, I think I definitely want to make this bigger. Oh, we got a mothership trophy. Nice. Okay. Okay, so I think what I want to do before we even have Kat come up here is I kind of want to expand this a little bit. I don't use this command very often for world edit, but let me see. Expand. I mean, I don't really actually need to do that right now. We can mess with this later. I did want to make it like look a little bit cooler, but yeah, let's just get on with it. It doesn't actually matter where on the ship I put these things. I think you can just do this, right? Didn't know you were allowed to get trophies without throwing something on the floor. Yeah, I don't actually know like when that went into my inventory, to be honest, uncountably, but that's there now. You're gonna use this thing exactly once. Yeah. Okay, like this. Yeah, that formed. Nice. Okay. Oh, no, get down there. There we go. Okay. Now, got our fuel. Can I do this? Is this a thing? Oh, apparently it is. Nice. Oh god, the maximum amount is 100 buckets. I didn't realize it was that big. I hope we're able to get where we can. Where we're wanting to. Okay, I'm gonna do set warp mothership. Yeah. Kat, you wanna come? You wanna come have some fun over here?
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why something isn't working.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Sorry. Yeah, give me just a second.
Your craft's not working?
No, it's not.
The thing in the middle still there?
Yeah.
Center pedestal? Yeah. Oh.
Let me get all this stuff off and then I'll come over there.
Yeah, you're fine. Sorry you're having trouble. Mothership is just there to gate tier 9 planets. Yeah. Common Frost is one of the worst additions to the pack. I mean, the concept is cool, right? But oh well. So y'all were saying that the space elevator, when you get the Mark III motors on it, that it will just, you'll be able to go to tier 9 planets that way. How, when are we able to get the Mark III? Let's see. Mark III, UEV circuits, infinity, UEV motor. Oh, transcendent metal. Oh. Yeah, that might be a little bit later. I don't know when you get this.
Alright, so I just hop in this and...
No, you don't even need to do that, Kat. You can just / warp space mothership.
Whoa.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, cool.
Oh, so your rocket ends up kind of landing down right here. Yeah, be careful. Do you have your rod on you? The teleportation rod?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's like, if you end up like floating through space for some reason, right clicking with that thing can get you back.
I think I just / home.
yeah, exactly. So apparently what I'm able to do with this mothership navigation console is, now I think with this particular rocket tier, yeah, fuel requirements 41.57. I'm actually going to have an issue with getting enough fuel to go all the way to Amon-Ra, unfortunately, today.
So it will not let me use that block. It says,
oh really?
This is not your mothership.
Oh, see, I was worried that was going to be the case. Like, you and I would have different motherships like bound to us.
Yeah,
so, but that's
I think
fine.
that is what's happening.
But yeah, we don't need that. That's fine. So what I'm going to do is we'll go to Alpha Centauri, I guess BB should be fine. Maybe we even go here. Proxima B. And click launch. And check that out.
Well, that's cool.
Going all Star Trek up in here.
I was about to say, this totally gives me like Star Trek vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good one, Crypto.
Back to black. Maybe I
I'm
know
sure-
that. I'm not sure.
I'm sure if you hear it, you'll recognize it.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do what I need to do. So right now we're getting heavy fuel this way. With this distillation tower. I could speed this thing up some. Right now it's just running at LUV. Yeah, let's fix this. Okay. Push this out with UV energy hatch. Rid of all this stuff. We'll just go ahead and do UV for this as well. There we go. Isn't NAC basically mandatory now to produce star fuel in 2.7? Is that true? I mean, when would you not do NAC fuel anyway for power? I feel like it's a no-brainer at this stage. So much easier to manage than... What are your alternatives? Like, more plasma turbine stuff, you know, with supercritical steam? Like, that probably wouldn't get you very far at this point. Are you not using Dango? Yeah, you know, that's actually also a really good point. I've been trying to adopt the Dangotes recently for current setups, and I just hadn't here, so that's actually a really good call. Yeah, let's fix that. We'll probably have to increase some of these other processes as well. But... Oh, and thank you, Crypto. Yeah, let me go ahead and open this. Oh yeah, I think I have heard this before. Yeah. Oh no. Kat, do you have a pen?
A pen? What happened to your Sephiroth pen?
It's in my car.
Oh. Okay. I have one on
Hold on 1 second, guys.
I'm all boxed in my seat. It's not super convenient for me to get up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trying to write down chords for Crypto Song, and I was like, wait a minute. You know, we have a problem.
I guess I need to make you another pen so you can have one for work and one that you keep at your desk.
That's true. Be nice. That has what's the thing that you use to press the designs on these pens and stuff?
It's a sublimation press.
Mm-hmm. I want to see NAC for Starfuel in 2.7. Yeah, I wish that I had built... I was so eager to get NAC fuel started that I really didn't build the best infrastructure for it. I had to go back and eventually make a mega blast furnace and a mega vacuum freezer for it, but I think the biggest problem with it at the moment is the assembly. The auto assembler just isn't fast enough. I'm kind of wondering if I should make a precise assembler just for the area. Need knack fuel to reach Dyson unless you want to spam a lot of fusion. Yeah, like doing fusion all the way to Dyson, that sounds terrible. It's still doable up to a certain point. Okay. When's the earliest that I can do Dyson, by the way? Is that like a beginning of UIV type thing? Okay, gotcha. Oh, what the heck is that thing, Cat?
It's supposed to help you with flying with Domcraft.
Oh.
So I think you put it down and it like you get a range from it. You charge? Like I'm not sure.
Okay.
Hey Ogorora, thank you so much for that follow.
Oh yeah, thank you.
And that's interesting. You provide it with Air Essentia or Air Centivi to operate. And then it will accept Potentia and transfer that to the flyers to get them to move. Oh, that's cool. But it's like a multi-block that you'd make, so that's interesting.
Too bad there's like no visualization for that.
Yeah.
At least it doesn't seem like there is.
Just like when you are looking at the quest, that's about as good as a visualization as you'll get, I think.
That's why you constantly keep your knack line up to date on power even once you get QFT. Yeah, I'm learning. Oh, it needs the transcendent metal. Okay, yeah. That's a good one. I hadn't heard that song in quite a while.
I have that on like
That's
one of my
fun.
main playlists. I love that song.
That does seem like a song you would like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You did great with that.
Thank you. She'd be proud. What is this about antimatter? I don't even know what that is in GTNH. Okay, how is our heavy knack fuel doing? 45,000, that's better. Okay. And so if I switch this with a Dango, that should actually help out quite a bit. Let's get a muffler hatch as well. Temporarily turn this off. No circuit involved, so we can just pop the Dangoed in, pop the muffler hatch on top, and I believe that's all there is to it. Yeah. 500 heavy fuel per second? Okay, yeah, that's much better. All right. Yeah, I forget how much better the Dango really is. That's crazy. Alrighty. So now, heavy fuel. I think it said we needed somewhere in the neighborhood of like, was it 92,000? Let's see. Missing 27,000. Okay. Well, that should be done in just a moment. Antimatter's the new 2.7 late end game power gen. Interesting. Okay. I was not really aware of any of that. So much happening in 2.7. Oh, by the way, didn't show this. Y'all don't make fun of me for my non-wall shared cows, but I did make 30 more. And so pretty much the circuit making is no longer a bottleneck with pretty much anything I'm crafting right now. Obviously, this will have to be expanded significantly in the end, but it's working pretty well for this particular point in the game. We will be adding some new cows here very soon. Probably even tomorrow. For our optical circuits, our new tier of circuits. So, cows are cheap enough to not bother wall sharing. Yeah, it's more of like a space issue in my mind than anything else. But I didn't want to do the whole staggered thing. I kind of wanted them in a line like this. So, I think I calculated that with all the different floors of them that I'm planning on this side, I think I'm going to have room for like 600 cows or something. No, I'm probably going to need more than that, but that's fine. Problems for future me. Okay. Can we make this now? We can. Nice. Good. Okay, and I think that'll be enough fuel to carry us all the way on our mothership. Speaking of, how are we doing here? I need a I need a lamp in here. Okay, there we go. I freaked out when I warped here and it was pitch black. I thought I was in the the nothingness of space. Oh, travel time remaining 0. Oh. Wait, are we here? Already orbiting. That's so weird that it's still doing like the animation, but yeah. No, it's not using any more fuel. That's perfect. Okay. We are at Alpha Centauri or wherever right now. So if we wanted to travel, where are we trying to go? Seth, I think. Where is Seth? Or do we want to go to the Mehen Belt? Maybe it's here that we want to go. But that's interesting. So the fuel requirements apparently are not additive. What I mean by that is it's saying we need 45 buckets. Even though, like, before from our system, it was going to be like 60 something total. So I end up by doing this sort of like point A to point B to point C thing, I've actually ended up using more fuel. Now you just go to Seth and profit. Where is Seth? It is in this system, right? Like, am I missing something? Anubis. You were supposed to launch shuttle from Alpha Centauri and not fly. Oh. What you're saying is I could have constructed the thing over here. Remember to hold space when landing shuttle. Okay, yeah. But, like, I'm so confused right now because I'm not seeing Seth anywhere. Is it this one? It's one of the moons. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, not that one. Well, we're just going to look at each one of these then. There it is, Seth. Okay, good. Okay, this was part of Sekhmet. Okay. Got it. All right, well, yeah, we're going to have to make more fuel than I thought I would, but that's okay. That's why this mod is the worst. There's some problematic things with it, for sure, but okay. Yeah, if only Galacticraft wasn't closed source.
I don't think I'm putting this together right.
Is what it is. Oh, you're hello. Okay, so
I've got a circuit 1 that I'm trying to make, and I don't think I'm doing this right.
Oh, tell me what you're trying to make.
I need phosphorus pentoxide dust.
Okay.
Made with circuit 1.
So you need a separate input hatch and input bus. So I see you put an input hatch here, the fluid storage bus, but you also need another input bus. Get an HV one.
Okay. Where should I put that?
Probably above it. Because you'll want both of these hatches to be on a separate subnet. Then you need a normal storage bus for that. Oh, they got perms for GC. Oh, I actually didn't know that. I mean, does that mean that they're able to change whatever they want in the mod, though? Or are they still bound by, you know, certain restrictions? The impression that I was given is that they still had some restrictions on how much they could really do, but yeah. How big, you don't know, yeah. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to do a separate covered cable that's not cyan or purple.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you don't want to name the storage bus. That's not how it's going to work. We need both of these connected to, yeah, like their own little separate subnet. Yep, perfect. Yeah, we're just going to need 2 of them. So now what you're going to do is you're going to get 2 dual interfaces, kind of like I have here for purple. And you're going to connect those where there's like one on cyan side, one on white side. Yo, Uriage, how's it going?
Hey, Uriage.
What are you doing these days? Yep, perfect. You're also going to want to get a, what is it called? Advanced blocking card. And you're going to put that in the dual interface on the subnet side. Oh god. None of the code for your homework. That's not good.
Oh
Sorry to
my
hear
gosh.
that. Sorry, what?
I was just like, oh my gosh, that's awful. All right, so which side does it need to go on?
The subnet side.
So the gray side?
Mm-hmm. And then you want blocking mode on for both interfaces. I always hated school team projects. Those were always the worst.
Right, right.
And then the last thing that we have to do is we have to power the subnet. The way you do that is with the quartz fiber.
Oops.
And then if you want to use your quartz cutting knife to name the network, you know, for the interface terminal, you would do it on the cyan side.
Okay. Oops.
Yep. Perfect. So it's actually really funny that you put that there, because I actually might use that.
Oh, well, great.
Subnet. Although I do want to make one little change, however. I want to use a quadruple input hatch. So the thing that
I wondered about that.
Yeah, so the thing that this will allow us to do is put multiple fluids in if we needed to.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm actually going to put... It's an Aquata Mark II recipe right in there. And you got the input bus at 1. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, it sucks because you're like, you know, it's not your fault. What were you supposed to do differently?
I hated those stupid group projects in school. I would always end up being the one left holding the bag, like, because my group mates would never do the work.
Mm-hmm.
It's always so frustrating having to do group work in college.
Are you doing a craft, Kat, or can I craft something first? Or
I think it just finished already.
oh, okay. Actually, yeah, how I'm making the NAC Fuel Mark II. Oh, it started when that happened to your grandma. Yeah, I hear that. So, whole whirlwind of unfortunate occurrences. Well, hope it sorts itself out somehow, or some kind of half measure or something. I never felt like when doing a group project at university or high school or wherever, I never felt like I was being enriched in any way. Like, ooh, I learned this skill. I learned how to work with a team, whereas I didn't know how to do that before. It's like, no, it was just a waste of time. All right. Let's warp back to Mothership. Oh, that's cool. I don't know if you can see my screen or not, Kat. It's actually showing like the planet nearby.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't know it would do that. It's actually pretty intense. Oh god. Okay. Let's see. How much fuel did it say we needed again? Let's double check. Pretty sure it was 40 something buckets. $47.71. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, we can gripe about Galacticraft and stuff, but, like, I don't know, this is kind of like a cool vibe here right now. I'm liking it. Okay. I think this should be just enough. 47.71. Oh, yeah, when it comes to stuff like this, yeah, advanced rocketry definitely has the upper hand, for sure. That was in Enigmatica 2, Expert, I think, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, though. It didn't feel like there were very many planets in that version of advanced rocketry, at least. Which was a little bit disappointing at the time. But maybe I overlooked something as well. You have to make them. Oh, that sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know if I like that in concept, though. Alright. Last time, come over here. Tier 9, and we do now have enough fuel. Yep. 23 minutes. Alright. Not too bad. Comes pre-bundled with Moon, yeah. Alright, well, we can slash home while it's making the journey. Liquid air.
Oh, I just messed with the storage bus on accident. I was trying
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, I thought we already had that. Okay. Do you need any help with the fluid stuff over here, or are you good?
I should be good. I'm just trying to figure out where this stuff went. It's like the phosphoric is like being used in a recipe.
Oh.
Because it keeps like coming and going.
It is. Is that why you were trying to set up that whole thing with the mega chemical reactor?
Yeah, we didn't have enough phosphoric acid.
I wish you told me that. It is the upgrades to NAC fuel that I did.
Oh.
it's using it up quicker than we could produce it. Now I don't know. I don't think that's a result of us not having enough phosphorus dust. Let me see. Yeah, no, we've got 8.4 million phosphate, 4.8 million phosphorus. It's just the speed at which we're electrolyzing that. I think it's electrolyzing, right? No, it's an LCR recipe. Oh, that uses oxygen. I wonder if we're having oxygen issues.
Well, I just set up a thing with the phosphorus pentoxide dust in the MCR that uses water.
Okay, yeah, our LCR that's making phosphoric acid is just not fast enough. I can fix this though. Let's get an IV to EV. And yeah, let's just get rid of this. Probably need to move this. Spaceship looks very safe. I know, right? Definitely conforming to the laws of physics. 100%. Okay, well, I'm going to put this on my list of things to address because I just need to move this to where we can give it better power. But until then, this should quadruple the output of phosphoric acid. What did you need phosphoric acid for anyway?
I need to make hardened leather. And you need the phosphoric acid tanned leather.
Right. Okay.
I'll just save that quest for later.
Well, no, I'm trying to fix it for you right now. Hold on. Okay. It should be... So right now it's still draining it, but it's probably going to reach an equilibrium point where it starts building up again in a moment.
Okay.
So I would just like wait a couple minutes and then come back and see if phosphoric acid is better.
All right. Do that. Thank you, baby.
I know, EV infrastructure at UEV. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you set it up so long ago and then you're like, well, if it's not broken, you know, why do I need to fix it? Like we're still making like polyphenylene sulfide over here. A couple other things. Now, obviously I anticipate, you know, having to fix all this stuff ultimately, but you know, you just wait until there's there's a couple different ways to play this game, right? You can wait until there's a problem and then fix it then, or you can try to foolproof as many things as possible, or somewhere in between. I feel like I'm somewhere in between with that. Entire base is working because of one random EV machine in the wall. Exactly. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Oh, it's already building up, Cat.
Fantastic. Yeah, I just made the ones that I needed, so thank you.
Okay, yeah, perfect. I'm really glad that you found that problem because I didn't know that was going to be a thing. I do wonder, though, if we have enough bees making the phosphorus dust. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that.
I think I need to go through like write down all the bees that we have that are like actively running, and if they're in like an aviary or if they're in the map.
Kat's gonna turn this into like a multiple day project.
I can totally nerd out with this stuff.
I mean, that would be very helpful for sure. Yeah, I think we're actually running at a deficit with phosphorus dust.
I feel like we have a phosphorus bee running, but I think it's in an aviary.
Yeah.
Hey, Solarius, thank you so much for that stuff.
Dude, thank you so much. Dude, what's up? How are you doing this evening, by the way? Yeah, thank you again. Thanks for always hanging out, too. Yeah, but I made a mental note, or not a mental note, an actual real life note to make more phosphorus bees. So... Oh yeah, and also thank you for the anime waifus in our chat. Always appreciate that. Running through some mining in the nether right now. Oh god. That's like peak death time for me. When you first go to the nether to try to get some sulfur and stuff. And you just got your hammer. I assume you mean like the Tinker's hammer. It's pretty awesome. I just realized I'm probably gonna want to avoid miner.
Why?
To actually mine up this stuff I'm looking for. Probably be a good idea. Oh yeah, dude, the tetrahedrite in the nether is so good. You end up with way more copper than you need for that particular moment. Oh yeah, don't worry, Greg. I'm all about that space pump. Yeah, the moment that I can make these what is it? The pumps, I think? The UEV pumps. Yeah, these right here. Yeah, the moment I get Tingum and we can make these,
I'm all Greg.
I'm all about it.
Pleased to meet you.
Do you love me? Are you playing your love game with me?
I just barely heard that come through on your end of the mic.
Yeah, sorry, that was really loud.
That's fine. I was just like, at first I thought it was a cow mooing. I was like, where is a cow?
So you're saying old Greg sounds like a cow?
That was just like how little I was able to hear it over the mic, but it was just enough to be like, oh my god.
Tingum is magnet backward. Yeah, and you have to use a magnet on it to make it work properly too, apparently. In fact, I should probably go ahead and start looking at that. Rise up gamers. Yo, what's up, Black Yoshi? Thank you so much. Been in for 3 months. That's insane. Thanks for always lurking around. Appreciate it. Hope you were having a good one. Let's look at this real quick. Tingum. We get the raw Tingum ore. And you get raw Tingum dust. Then you have to electromagnetic separate it into purified Tingum. And then you can make purified Tingum ingots with that. And then I assume you can just make the rods at that point. A tuned Tingum rod. So basically this takes place the place of the other magnetic rods in future motor recipes. I guess I could just look up UEV motor. Let's see. Yeah, long attuned Tingum rod. Long purified Tingum rod. Okay. Yeah. Pretty quite an order of operations here, but not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. Looks like we already got our void miner. Nice. What do we need with that? The mining neutronium casing? 6 of these total. And then neutronium frame boxes. 15 of those. Molten zinc.
Yep.
What's that all about?
We need zinc, like molten zinc. We've got. I need zinc rings for compasses, and I keep needing to make a bunch of compasses. So.
Okay. I think I already had a. Did you put a recipe in just now, or?
Yes, I just put that recipe.
You did.
in.
Okay, I could
I
have
was
sworn I had
waiting
it.
to get it running until I had everything set up.
Okay, yeah. You could have also just partitioned it in one of those 64Ks instead of like setting up a whole separate super tank, but that's okay. You can only do 5.
Okay.
But I mean, you just set up a super. Oh. Wait, what did you just take away there?
Something that was fine to take out.
Oh, the phosphor. Okay, yeah.
I set that
I got
up,
you.
but you'd already had one.
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to help you out.
Thank you, baby.
Let's see, we need an output bus. We need a UV energy hatch. Maintenance hatch. Input bus for blacklisting ores. Mining pipe. Just an LV input hatch. That's how we get our Oganes on to increase our outputs. So we also need a little interlink fluid cover to put the Oganes on inside. Is there anything else? I think that's it. Now, we also need, for all of our void miners and different planets and stuff, we use quantum rings to both get the outputs back into the main system, but also to use P2P power. Let's see, 2 of those. I also need a pair of singularities, so we're going to get some Ender Pearl Dust into Singularity. Over to Market Square. Use our little creeper trophy. Hot tip for anybody who doesn't know, you can just right click that, get a little mini explosion, boom. Quantum Entangled Singularity. Okay. And we'll go up to our little quantum ring area, which is growing. Yep, Dragonoid, what's up? Yeah. Glad you're able to catch a stream. Good to see you as well. How are you doing? Kat and I just got to UEV. And we just built our mothership, and we're trying to get to our first tier 9 planet and getting the stuff so we can make our first UEV components. And yeah, you know, the usual when you first go to a new chapter. So, you playing much GTNH these days? those singularities in there, like so. You've been burnt out on GTNH. I totally understand that. Yeah.
I felt that way really bad, like beginning of last week.
Mm-hmm. And then you ended up like doing all this stuff in the UHV quest page, and I feel like that kind of like revived it a little bit for you.
Maybe. I don't know. By the end of the week, I was feeling much better.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we played some another Minecraft mod pack. That always helps. Yeah, Greg
I really do enjoy Universio.
Well, I'm enjoying it more now that we're not doing the pneumatic craft part anymore.
So much truth.
Yeah, Space Elevator is insane. I just like the Void Miners because, you know, you just set it and forget it, and you don't have to think about it anymore. Whereas, like, with the Space Elevator, yeah, it's going to eventually run out of whatever you're making the rods and stuff out of. Just because it goes through that stuff so quick, especially if you're running, like, Mark II or Mark III with the multiple parallels. And I expect that to be less of an issue over time, but... To hell with PC. Oh, God. What's wrong with your PC? What's going on?
Oh, no.
Doesn't sound good. Dude, Geronimo having PC issues?
It seems like everyone's having some issues.
Are Cat and I next?
Don't jinx us, babe.
I know, right? Oh, pneumatic. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah. Kat and I have talked about this a little bit before, but one of her first Minecraft modded experiences was using pneumatic craft, and it didn't go over too well.
Not at all.
No, don't jinx it. My bad. No, it sounds like everything's gonna be fine with your situation. Chinatown, your world is looking stellar. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. This was a very different building style for me, the whole Neo Tokyo type thing. Still got a little work to do. But then when you go over to the other side of the river here, we're kind of transitioning to a different style. Somewhat, a little bit more modern looking. Kind of like a clean, modern, like office park type style. But we're still incorporating the little bits of, you know, Asian aesthetic here and there. You know, little bits like the cherry wood we used to use and the fuse wood and, you know, the lantern, stuff like that. So I've got a mammoth project over here. This is where all of our assembly lines are, or are going to be. Should come up at least to that height when all is said and done. But yeah, there's so much to do. We'll have a whole road of compact fusion half rings. So kind of be like a tunnel here when all is said and done. And then at the end of the tunnel should be Godforge. Now there is one huge thing that I still don't know what I'm going to do. And that is this. At the end of UEV, we should be getting the Dimensionally Transcendent Plasma Forge. This thing looks like it's about 35 blocks square. But we're going to end up having, I don't know how many of these. I've seen people with like 16 plus of these. You can kind of wall share them ish. Don't know where we're going to put all of those yet. Maybe over here somewhere. Yeah, I really don't know. I've got to do some planning.
Hey, baby.
Living vicariously through you. What's up, Kat?
You want to help me with something really fast?
Yeah, sure.
I need to get a new assembler thing set up for Circuit 11.
Okay. I
That.
think I can do that. Let's see. Yeah, there's sort of room. So there are some circuits. There's some times where I like manually craft something that doesn't have a circuit, just because we don't have the ability to put all the circuits here.
Yeah.
We really need to do a universal setup one day. Still haven't gotten there yet. But there is an open space, so I can do that. You said circuit 11, right?
Yeah, and it needs to be dual.
Oh, that's a little more problematic.
Oh.
Okay, I think I can do that though. That's going to be the last of our spaces.
Okay.
Okay. Just leaving out these minor details, you know.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. All right, let's get... So basically, I'm setting this up almost exactly the same way you did your little setup at the mega chemical reactor. It's the same concept. Where you've got an input bus and an input hatch, and you put storage buses on each of those.
I just think you get it done a lot faster.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know, like, how that principle can apply to other multi-blocks. Get our 2 dual interfaces, advanced blocking card. Pop those right there. Advanced blocking card goes on the orange side. Blocking mode on both sides. And then we name this circuit 11 dual. No, wait, assembler 11 dual. All right, should be good to go.
Awesome. Thank you.
What are you crafting? Just out of curiosity.
Got to make the infused quantum chest plate.
Oh God.
And I
Okay.
need the quantum suit body armor to do it.
Universal press is probably necessary soon. Yeah, I've definitely been like mentally preparing for it. I know it could have been done sooner, technically, but yeah. You could honestly just dump things like that on other planets. You don't have to look at giant multi-spam stuff. I mean, I do think that the DTPFs look really cool, right? I would like to incorporate them in the base somehow. But you're right, like, and that might apply to kind of some of the multi-block spam stuff later on. Like, you know, if I'm making, 256 extruder multi-blocks or something, maybe we do that somewhere else. Did I set the input bus to circuit 11? I might not have.
Good catch. If not, thank you very much, Dragonoid. I was just about to go request it.
Good call. That would not be the first time I've forgotten to do that. Nor the last. Okay, I think we have everything ready for our void miner. Let's warp back to Mothership. Your mining lab is getting tons of sodalite. Should I throw this out? Oh, no, you definitely do want that. So when you get to MV, and when you get your MV electrolyzer, you can electrolyze the sodalite dust for some really nice stuff. I go to electrolyze. Yeah, look at this. You get chlorine. Chlorine is kind of hard to get at that point. Like, you can electrolyze salt, of course, but the chlorine from this is nice. But you also get aluminium dust, raw silicon dust, sodium dust. Raw silicon is kind of a weird dust to get up to that point, but this is a really nice source of it. I like the stuff from sodalite, so I would definitely hang on to it. The lazurite, I don't remember that. I don't remember that being as big of a thing. No, you do get raw silicon stuff from that as well. Yeah, honestly, I would just... You can always look at each individual ore and see what the dust form of it can do, because oftentimes it could be centrifuged or electrolyzed into various things. I would look through those recipes in NEI and just kind of see before you throw something away. General rule is, though, just kind of hang on to everything. which can be annoying, but yeah. Travel time remaining 0. Let's go home and go back. Let's see. Okay.
Hey, yo, Davo.
Davo, how's it going? All right. Well, we are here. Doesn't look like we're here, but we are. Do I not need my launch pad? I guess I don't. Tired and sick. Oh no. Well, hey, that's been me like all last week. So I hear you.
Hope you feel better soon, Davo.
Yeah, for real. We're doing good though. Kat just got back from vacation, so she's mega chilling over here. Finishing some quest stuff. And yeah, we got our mothership. I know it doesn't look like a mothership, but this is the mothership, quote unquote. About to go to a tier 9 planet, and hopefully I'm not doing something wrong. Never seen the mothership before? Yeah, so it's basically your way of getting to tier 9 planets. Oh god, that's loud. Yeah, it's definitely got its finicky parts to it, but it is cool. And yeah, there's a travel time and everything to it, yeah. The warp effect is really cool looking. And this is a little buggy because it should be showing the planet or moon that I'm about to go to. Like, it shouldn't be showing this effect anymore, but... You know, 3 weeks. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm in the middle of, like, my second week. Uh-oh. Minecraft crashed.
Uh-oh. You were going to warp speed.
Yeah, right. Okay. So we're orbiting around Seth. Okay, launch. Okay. Good. Oh, yeah, and, uh-oh. Wait. No? Was it Halloween? Somebody was telling me that I need to, like, hold down spacebar. Make sure I don't, like, crash. Oh, I see.
Doesn't it normally tell you that you need to...
Uh-oh. I don't think I
What?
should have done that.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Huh.
Whoopsie.
I think it's about to break. No, okay, no, it's fine. I would not recommend anybody ever doing that. But apparently my shuttle rocket is fine. Okay. Well.
And you somehow didn't die.
Like,
That's
yeah,
awful.
that definitely could have been much worse. True. Okay. Set home, Seth. All right. We're good now. Let's see. Flatten this out here. Okay. Let's chunk load this. And then, yeah, let's put together our void miner. I do want to allow for, like, the potential for a quad later. I'm going to plan this out accordingly. We'll do quantum ring right here. Oh, I do need a neutronium cell for this. Let's go ahead and make that. Okay. Pretty low on fuel though, was it? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Good call. I'll have to refuel that. Okay. output bus, and then UV energy hatch. Like so. And we're gonna do. Actually, switch that up. Get a P2P. It'll be a GTEU P2P. Or a superconductor cable like that. I don't know if meteors can land on here or not, but I always like to be cautious anyway. We're gonna make a little roof over this thing. Perfect. Build the rest of this thing out. Okay, and all we need now is the neutronium cell to jumpstart the quantum ring. There we go. Then we need to link GTEU P2P to, let's see, UV 64 amp void miners. There we go. Then I do like to put a machine control cover on here because sometimes these things shut off randomly. The P2P EU can be a little bit weird sometimes. So I usually recommend like putting a controller cover. We do that with our Mega Apiary as well, which also runs off of the P2P. We'll get a metrics cover as well. Advanced information panel for back home. And then mining pipe, and here we go. My only concern is actually I don't even know all the ores that are on Seth. Let's see. I guess we can go into Applied Energistics after the fact and pick them out. That's fine. We'll go ahead and let it run. We are chunk loaded, and yeah. Wait, can you actually see the mothership in the sky?
That would be kind of cool.
That would be really cool. I don't know. I don't know what that is right there. Interesting. Well, whatever. Go ahead and refuel this thing real quick. How's your chest plate coming?
Oh, it's being annoying. I have to make a mold now.
Oh, God.
I thought we already had one of these made, but...
We probably do. I just... Where? I have no idea. It could be under, like, one of the alloy smelters in Market Square. Or forming press under Market Square. Oh, by the way, did I tell you, Kat, over the weekend, the B subnet over at Biva Temple, 100% filled up.
What?
Yeah. So stuff was stuck in the Mega Apiary output bus. So
That's a little crazy.
that was a thing. I mean, it was inevitable, right? But I just thought to myself, wait, how long have I been missing out on these resources?
Right.
Okay. All right. Back home.
We rely on a lot of stuff that comes in through Biba.
Mm-hmm. We really do. Eventually, I want to put one of those infinity chests over there. That can like hold a bunch of different items. Alrighty, there we go. So, wait, where was the Tingamore on here? Oh, right here. Okay, I see. Oh yeah, we've already got 72 raw Tingamore. Look at that. And that's a quest, I think. Yep. Nice. Alright, what is the best way to process this stuff? It's like you can get magnetic samarium dust or magnetic neodymium dust. Interesting. Actually, that's kind of good, isn't it? And you just make straight up samarium with that. Interesting. Okay. Well, we will probably OMC it. MOMC. That's macerate, ore wash, macerate, centrifuge. Okay.
So this is your first time actually like setting up a big processing place like this, isn't it? Like in all of our playthroughs.
Do you mean like the ore processing?
Mm-hmm.
I did do that in our previous run where we got to CPM. But it wasn't as good as this, for sure. Like, I had to learn a lot.
It seems like things are going like really smooth.
Yeah, dude, I mean, we've learned so much since that time.
Mm-hmm.
When was that playthrough? Like a year and a half ago? 2 years ago or something?
Yeah, it was a while.
Look at that, raw Tingum dust. We're swimming in it now. To use this, we have to electromagnetically separate it. Which is a little bit awkward because there's no real multi-block for that. So you kind of have to use a processing array. I believe they added a multi-block in 2.7. But yeah, until then, we're just going to have to use this thing. Patch up our hole here. And we'll move this thing, yeah, over here. Should be fine. It does feel so crazy to be at this point. I remember watching Car X82 get to the Tingum stuff. And thinking to myself, I wonder if we'll ever get there. Here we are.
Look at us now.
I guess we want to make probably several of these, but I'll just start with one. A UHV separator. It should be fine. Missing bedrockium wire. Okay. Any better luck on your project?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
doing
good.
pretty good.
At least it's not a team project, right?
Thank God.
Watch the new Yellowstone episode. Not sure how I feel. Kat, didn't you watch Yellowstone?
Yeah, I did for a while.
You gonna watch the new episodes?
I'm not sure.
Sound very unenthused about the concept.
Well, no, it's just like I was really enjoying Yellowstone, but it was one of the last shows my dad had like
Oh,
gotten
gosh.
to,
Yeah.
and I tried to go back and do like a rewatch of it, and I was just having a really hard time.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, I completely forgot about that.
they have this person dies in Yellowstone, like how my dad did. So that particular thing just totally like makes me extra think about him. So I haven't been able to bring myself to watch Yellowstone
Yeah.
since.
How many separators are you putting in the PA? I'm just putting one at the moment. I know I definitely should put more, and I will, but just kind of wanting to get things off the ground. Also, look at that, angel wings, nice. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a really high quality show.
I really did enjoy the show, and I love the actors that are in it. So if you haven't seen it, you really should give it a watch.
I would put it on my own personal list, but that list is way too long at this point.
Yeah, you don't ever take anything out. Not actively working on that list.
Well, do I ever take anything out of it? Yeah, you're right. Not really. I'm like falling behind on my like number one show to watch right now, Dragon Ball Daima.
Yeah,
I'm like 2 episodes behind at the moment.
which is shocking. Like you'd think you'd be there like right
Well,
as it's available on
because
Friday.
you and I were watching it together. Didn't want to watch it without you. Waiting for the dub to watch Daima. I really like the Japanese voice actors for Dragon Ball in general, so I'm just used to it. I don't mind watching the sub. It started with 64 UHV, had 0 issues. Okay, that's good to know. I was probably gonna settle on 16, but I might bump it up that far eventually. I always love having input like that Halloween, where like kind of gives me a barometer to measure things at, to know where other people have done things and how much of various things people have needed. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, Hilarious. That's like a thing that you know, I would never think about, like
Yeah.
people having issues reading subtitles, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, hopefully they have plans to do a dub sometime in the near future. I would think they would.
Okay, I will be right back.
Okay. Wish they would continue the first 2 series of Yellowstone 2. Wait, there's multiple Yellowstone series? now I'm just confused.
Yes, there is like the original, and then they've gone back and done like prequels of it. And they had
Good Lord.
oh gosh, they're country stars, Faith Hill and her husband.
I do remember hearing that. Yeah.
I'm blanking on his name, but he acts like regularly. I just can't remember his name. But they were really, really good in it. I love that one.
So you read slowly. Oh, so like the subtitles go by too quickly. That makes sense. Yeah. Tim McGraw. There it is. Wait. They are married, right? Yeah. Since 1996. Dang. Okay. All right. There's our separator. Nice. Just need to make a pattern. Yeah, we don't need to worry about the secondary outputs there. Should I just go ahead and... Yeah, I should probably just go ahead and 64. Multiply this times 64. Let's see how quickly this makes. 10 seconds per. Yeah, that's a little rough, isn't it? Yeah. No. Put that on my list. We'll definitely want to bump that up in the future. All right, let's see. Yeah, I guess the kind of the no-brainer thing to do is just go ahead and smelt it into ingot form, right? Let's go ahead and do that. And then we want to make purified tingham rods. Okay, there's the regular rod and then the long rod. Forge hammer. And then we want to polarize these. Okay. And that's pretty much it. All we need to do now is program the motor. Now we do want to get a normal UHV motor. In fact, we want to research a lot of these parts. So let's see. Type in UHV. We've got a conveyor, robot arm, piston, pump. And that's a good start. Yeah, so let's go ahead and go over to our research station. Turn on our quantum computer. Pop in the motor. And data stick. And oh yeah, these take like no time at all to research. Fantastic. Okay, robot arm, piston, and pump. Pump's the most important one for us today. This means we can get a space pumping module on. Gonna be so good. All right, back to Autocraft. Pop all of these into the data bank. Okay.
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. Then we can make all of our recipes. Kat, we're about to make our first UEV parts.
Awesome.
It's happening. Things are happening. So now that you made that crazy chess piece, what's the plan now?
I'm just continuing making the things in the quest book.
Okay.
It was like our armor is better than that chess piece, but we needed it for the quest.
Oh yeah. I doubt anything in there is useful for us at this point, but
Yeah,
You know.
exactly.
but why not? So here's what I'm thinking. How I feel like I should go ahead and start just making fluid solidifier recipes for some of these things. Because I know in the end, we deal mostly in molten infinity instead of infinity ingots. I wonder if I should just go ahead and do that. Let's see. Oh, but I don't have a fluid solidifier for a long rod. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll just forge hammer. And I probably should start expanding the number of these that we do. Yeah, let's go ahead and make 8 at a time. Just to start out. And then we need infinity rings. Do 32 at a time. Then we need infinity rounds. Yeah, see, a fluid solidifier for round would be really good too. Oh well. Are you dying?
No, I'm fine. Having some work issues. It's all right.
Oh. Warp? That's a word I haven't thought about in a while.
Yeah. I was holding some tainted feathers in my inventory for a second, so I didn't like it.
Okay, infinity ingot, and then we get infinity ingot, nuggets. At least I'm hoping that recipe works the way I think it does. And then we need fine cosmic neutronium wire. Now this is something that we're going to use a lot of. So let's go ahead and do like 256 at a time. Okay. And then last one was draconium 4x cable. Again, should probably do like 64 of those at a time. Okay, wire mill circuit 4, and then assembler circuit 24. Angel wings.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, right. A little late, but
What is that? You just fly with those or something?
yeah.
Just learned one of my teammate F off and didn't even tell us. Dude. I'm so sorry, Renage. Yeah, it sounds like your group is just cursed. Lord.
So sorry.
That's so frustrating. Go ahead and get a couple more of these recipes pinned. Piston, robot arm, yeah. Emitter sensor, we'll do that a little bit later. Yeah, it sounds like your teacher just doesn't care at all. Yeah, that should be fine. All I really care about is motor and pump at the moment. Let's take a look at the pump. Nether Star fluid pipe. Ah. An infinity rotor. It's still so weird to be using all these infinity items. Feels like endgame stuff. Even though I know it's kind of not.
Well, we are getting close to that section of the quest book.
We're getting closer, for sure. Now, the quest book in 2.7 is getting a UEV section as well.
Oh.
Which it currently doesn't have, so.
Yeah.
They're kind of building out the endgame quest book stuff a little bit more, which is good.
Yeah.
Because I think
that's nice.
by the time we get to UEV, I think that's probably about the time the update's going to come out, so.
Well, that's good timing.
I know, right? Okay. Yeah, I think as soon as possible we want to, instead of one UHV separator, I think we want 16 in here at the very least. Because that is painful. How long ago did I order these 64 dust? It's just now finishing. So. Okay, there we go. So if I want to order UEV pump, should be able to do that now. Okay. Oh, also I wanted to see if there were any specific ores that were like building up here. A lot of manganese ore. I could have sworn that I had filtered that already. Yeah, I did. Huh, weird. Okay. Other than that, though, it seems like our void miner on Seth is doing fine. Not giving us too many ores that need to be filtered. Although, I think I just realized I never gave this Oganesson. Okay, well, we're about to get a whole lot more ore then. Oganesson. We turn this off, turn it back on just to make sure. Oh yeah, we just went from... We just got another 800 Tangum dust. Oh, another 1,000. Okay, yeah. Much better. Ooh, let me take a look at this quest page you've been doing. It's the without dying? No.
Getting around.
Getting around. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, there's a lot of these already. Quantum wings. Fancy. Okay.
Fun.
Oh. Looks like our motor is already done.
Awesome.
Ah. Yes. First of many. Many, many, many. Also, I like this color for the parts. All right. So, for the space pump module, we need 2 of those pumps. We should be able to do pretty easily. Let's go ahead and order one of them. Actually, you know what? Just go ahead and do 2. Okay. Now, I think we need to do research for this as well. The space pump. We need a planetary gas siphon. Okay. I'd pop that in, get a data stick. See how long this takes. Oh, 16 million computation. Okay. Yeah, that's going to take a minute. All right, we'll come back to that. In the meantime, we can go ahead and do the recipe. UEV circuits. Infinity gear, the pump. Okay. Pretty straightforward. Dude. Every now and then, you know, you can always shift scroll wheel. For anybody who doesn't know, when you shift left click a processing pattern in here, and you're trying to get like the right type of circuit, for example, you can always shift scroll wheel to kind of toggle through these different types of circuit. Sometimes though, you can either like kind of go between going up and down with the scroll wheel, and usually you can find your circuit eventually. Every now and then it just doesn't want to show the right circuit. So got to go back in here and pin the bio mainframe. And then also, another tip, just in case anybody doesn't know, you can press in the middle scroll wheel. So just press in the middle mouse button, and you can set the amount for whatever part of the processing pattern you were hovering over, including the output. Super nice. I don't know if that was always a feature, but I definitely wish I had known about that.
Even though I know about it, I still forget it all the time.
Yeah. It definitely takes some getting used to. All right, there's space pumping module Mark 1. Nice. This is going to be huge. I think one of the first things we're going to space pump is probably oxygen. So oxygen is a huge problem. Both for the phthalic acid that we make and also the phosphoric acid, which we were just talking about earlier, Kat. Missing infinity gear. Okay. Let's see. We'll just do one of these at a time for now. Okay. Looks like that is craftable now. Nice. All we're waiting on is the data stick. That I can go ahead and order the bio circuits because that is going to take a minute. We'll get that going. How are we doing here? 3 million out of 16 million. Okay, well, way faster than it used to be. See how our mining module is doing. It looks like it's idle. Okay. So the reason for that is probably because we ran out of Nequata rods and drill tips, which are made here. Got a level maintainer. Make these on a subnet. And yeah, Nequata ingot. Yeah, we're empty. Thankfully, my upgrades over at Knackline, we're getting more Naquadine dust, which is good. Yeah, we'll just make 10,000 ingots for now. As I had said before, the ideal situation would be that we have a separate Mega Blast Furnace down here, as well as Mega Vacuum Freezer. And we just always have a level maintainer. Make sure that there's always a certain amount of Naquata ingots made, so that the space elevator miner never stops. And that could be more of an issue later on, but honestly, I'm so happy with how much we're getting at the moment that even if it stops sometimes, I don't actually care. And again, mainly it's that Infinity Catalyst dust. 11.5 million. I can't believe we got that in like less than 24 hours. And this turned off at some point last night too. It's insane. For anybody who doesn't know why I'm so happy about that particular item, it's because the Infinity ingots, and as you can see, these UEV parts take they all take Infinity. So Infinity is like one of our main pain points at this particular part of the pack. And yeah, whenever we make an Infinity ingot, just one ingot requires 768 dust. So you need a lot of this stuff. But yeah, thankfully we're doing pretty well at the moment. If I wanted to make 10,000 Infinity ingots, actually Cosmic Neutronium would be the main issue right now for making it. Now we do have a ton of Cosmic Neutronium dust, also from the same space elevator miner. And I want to work on like maybe even getting just like a separate Mega Blast Furnace to just passively smelt that. Maybe. Right now, I'm just putting it into the stocking input bus on our main MBF. Like whenever I'm leaving the server on overnight or something like that, or I'm not trying to craft anything. And we are also getting more Cosmic Neutronium ingots directly from this process here. These are all neutron collectors with UV world accelerators next to them, and this is okay. We don't want this kind of thing on long term because this is not great for TPS at all. This kind of wall of accelerators. But you know, it makes ingots at a decent rate, and you know, you don't need to smelt them. You just turn the small piles into nuggets and the nuggets into ingots. It's pretty nice. All for the night. Have a good one. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the lurk. Hope you have a good night. Oh no. Yeah. So there's a problem with some of these crafts of these pieces is you get a little bit of energy on them and then it complains that it's not the same because the NBT data is different. Yeah, hopefully that solves the issue.
I just pop it in here and then go grab the actual piece.
Yeah, and then
replace it.
Yeah, that's the best way. I was having that issue when making our quantum or gravity chest plates.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that with like any of the durability ones.
Yep.
Osmium water.
Oh, we got our UEV pumps now. Yeah, I do want to take a look at the space assembler as well. We actually have this right now. I did craft this over the weekend. It's not anything too crazy. It's just some UHV parts and some precise assembler computation stations and some of these single block assemblers. And I don't think this requires any computation. So I can put it on any of these module spots. Yeah, let's try like right here. There we go. Oh, did you get it?
Yep. I think I did.
Nice. That's awesome. I love how it looks like your fist, like pumping your fist up and down the item.
Yeah, totally wasn't intending to.
Yeah, I don't really understand how this works exactly. Because these recipes, it looks like a normal assembly line recipe. And it almost looks like you need all of these items in order or something, but can you just throw them all into an input bus? And then you also need fluid input. Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I think I don't want to put it there. Exactly, maybe right here instead. I'm trying to think about like how exactly you would do this. Like you would need, okay, you would need an input bus. Maybe even like a super bus. Super buses, by the way, this UV one can hold up to 144 items. It's pretty nice. And then you would need an input hatch. I guess we could go with a quadruple input hatch. Why not? Oh, yo, Static on YouTube. What's up? I think you could just put it into an input bus. Order isn't important. Yeah, that does make sense because I'm not sure how else you would do this, right? Because you know, each module only has spaces for so many blocks, so that makes sense. Yeah, we'll go with that assumption. Let's see, output bus we can put right here. Actually, you know what? Let's do it like this. We'll have a ME cable. Okay, we'll probably have a wireless connector right here. And then we'll do input. And then we'll do quadruple input hatch. Do our storage buses, like so. Get some quartz fiber, get a separate color cable, like so.
Yes, ma'am. Please stand and state your name and where you're from.
That'll connect to the output bus. Oh. And then we'll get 2 dual interfaces. Advanced blocking card. Same as we've been doing other points in the evening. Advanced blocking card there, blocking mode on both sides. And then we can just call this space assembler. Mark 1. Cool. Interesting. I don't know why this says has problems still. I was having that same issue with the mining module earlier. Oh, maybe because space elevator was off? I bet that's it. Yeah. Okay, and then we need to connect wireless. Right here should be fine. our main network. Back up here. Okay, running fine now. Perfect. And then let's just try an example recipe. Like, I think one of the simplest ones was the Lapatronic Energy Orb. Yeah. Processor mainframes. All of that looks good. Okay. I actually don't even have a recipe for the cluster. Okay, perfect. Wait, how is that the case? Wait. Okay, yeah. Let's take that out of the assembly line, and then let's put that here instead. And then try to order one. See if this works. Now, I think it was Halloween who said this, that technically the advanced assembly lines will ultimately be quicker for something like this. Oh, it's done. That's awesome. Because normally you have to go through this other, like, if we look at the other recipe, the assembly line process, oh no, it is the exact same ingredients here. Yeah, I think I remember Halloween saying that too. Okay, but this was quicker for us at the moment, at least. Once we go to universal assembly lines, we'll probably want to not use this recipe anymore, but until then, it's nice. And you don't even need a data stick for this. Seems kind of crazy. Okay. I like it. I like it so far. What are some of the other recipes we can do here? I think isn't this a good recipe though? The benefit to this recipe is you don't use the radiation proof plate, which uses a lot of iridium, but instead you're using lanthanum, which, I mean, we do have a decent amount of. We actually might want to switch over to this recipe as well. This does seem better. Yeah. Indoloy, molten lead. Okay. Find our other recipe, that one right there. Get rid of that. Toss that in there and try it out. Coal steam jetpack. Really?
Yep.
I almost want to try that out just because I'm curious.
I mean, you want to come grab it?
Is it in the system or something?
It is now. Cold jetpack.
Fuel empty. Press shift while wearing jetpack. Turn it on. Maximum altitude 185.
Hey, burning.
Oh, Raccoon Man. What up? Dude, good to see you. How are you doing these days? How's your GTNH run going? Welcome. Come on in, everybody. We're just messing with some of our space elevator stuff at the moment. We got our space assembler, which only has like a handful of recipes, but it's interesting. Apparently, you send stuff in a zero gravity environment up into space to be assembled properly. It's got Mark II fusion. That's huge. That's awesome.
That is really good.
So you should be making what? Americium pretty soon? Titanium and Americium? That's awesome. Also, Kat just made a coal jetpack. Because she's trying to complete all these quests that we skipped in other sections of the quest book. She's kind of in completionist mode right now, but I was like, what the heck is this? How does this thing work?
Yeah, I'm working on the helicopter one next.
I've seen people use the helicopter one. The helicopter one does
never
seem
seen
kind of
that
cool.
one.
Yeah. Cooking Americium overnight? Nice. Because you will need, I don't know if you've looked at UV parts yet, Burning Lake, but you're going to need a lot of them. A lot of Americium, to say the least. So yeah, cook that stuff up as much as you can. Okay, did this work? Oh, okay. Yeah. Totally worked. Yeah, that's significantly cheaper on parts. It uses lanthanum instead, which we have 3.3 million dust, so. Oh, okay, you've already seen it. Yep. Yep. You know the drill then. But yeah, we last week we got to UEV and we made our mothership earlier. Our Tingam ore and just making our first UEV parts. In fact, I can warp to the mothership right now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it stopped. I guess that's the moon that we went to. I don't really know. Oh no, it's probably this planet here. Huh, interesting. Yeah, there's not much to the mothership. It's a cool concept. But we got our rocket engine here. You have to give it a certain type of fuel, Nequata Mark II fuel. And then you take your little shuttle up to wherever. Oh, that's probably the moon. That's probably where we went. But yeah, we got here. Hello? There we go. Got our void miner going here. Got Tingam, which is basically it replaces the samarium rod as the main rod for motors in the future. So pretty straightforward. But this is like the only place you can get it. And you need the mothership because it's like this really far off solar system. It's like way up here. Whereas the sun's right here. Yeah. But yeah. Very cool. I guess the only downer about the mothership is once you get it, and then once you get to the planet that you need to, you're kind of done with it. Doesn't seem like there's much other use for it. Bit of a shame. Still cool though. And so we just got our first UEV pumps, which means that we can now make the space pumping module. And for anybody who doesn't know, space pumping module is insane. Look at all the stuff that you can get. Oxygen, helium, argon, xenon, chlorobenzene, ethylene, neon, tritium, nitrogen, sulfuric acid, that's a big one. Ammonia, that's huge as well. So I think you want to go from making it in a mega chemical reactor. I think you just want to pump the stuff going forward. Fluorine is a big one as well. This is such a huge quality of life thing. Being able to get hydrofluoric acid directly, that's huge. So yeah, and I think the only thing that this takes is just what? Energy from the space elevator itself? Yeah. Super simple. I am gonna have to kind of figure out what the deal is with it. Like, will it, once my storage for a particular fluid is full, will it stop, or will it just continue voiding? That could be a problem. But there we go. We just got our research for it. Awesome. Now, over here, put that in our data hatch. That's fine. We're actually running low on data access hatch stuff. We're eventually going to need to make another data bank.
Easy.
Hmm?
I swear, like, we make stuff and then it just fills up so fast.
Yep. GTNH in a nutshell. Static on YouTube says radiation plate looks so similar to Stargate plate. I was doing a double take. Yeah, we're definitely not anywhere close to that yet. Yeah, this thing right here. I don't know how many hours we are away from that, but oh, copter pack.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I forget that takes some kind of fuel. But
Creosote. Well, it does creosote, lava, oil, diesel, cetane, ethanol, and fuel.
oh, okay.
That's pretty cool. We've never made one of these before.
Wait, does it have to go in place of your current adventure backpack? Oh, that's lame. I like my adventure backpack.
To keep us from, dying from fire.
Yeah, I do like that a lot about it. Okay. So we've got a research. We should be able to make our first space pumping module. Let's freaking go. Let's do this thing. So I was talking earlier about how infinity is kind of our main concern at this point. Infinity ingot and all the parts that come with it.
Mm-hmm.
So infinity catalyst dust is probably no longer an issue at all. If anything, the issue could be diamond.
Well, we were already thinking we were gonna have an issue with diamond here soon.
Yeah, and
But did you just set some up in the map?
So I did add 8 diamond bees to the mega apiary. And that is helping. Let me see. Actually that's helping a good bit, because last time I looked at this, I think we were at under 1 million diamonds. And now we're at 1.6 million. That's like 700,000 diamonds in the last 24 hours. Will that keep up? I don't know. I know we could also use diamond dust and an implosion compressor to get the industrial diamonds. That's another possibility. Oh, dude, it's already making the pumping module.
Oh, that's great.
That was easy. 120 seconds. I'm gonna go get a drink real quick while I'm waiting on this. Do you need anything?
No, I'm good, but thank you.
Cool.
I need to have to keep making so many MV processors. I guess that's just where all these happen to fall, is making them around HB, but all of these off until now. I think I can do that. I could have sworn we had this one set up already.
We have a fluid canner.
Yeah, I just thought we had this specific recipe already in here. I guess not, but I could have sworn I saw it in here earlier.
I mean, there are other coolant cells that look similar to that one.
Maybe.
But
I see 2 coolants. Yeah, I feel like my 1 and 2 don't want to work.
Like buttons on your keyboard?
Yeah, I know you mentioned this like last week sometime that you were having issues with your numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So now that I'm currently having an issue, I was trying to tell you about it.
Usually if I click in whatever bar I'm typing in GTNH, it'll solve the issue.
A photon walks into a hotel. The bellhop asks if he needs help with his bags. The photon replies, "No thanks, I'm traveling light."
That's my kind of joke. I like that one. Also, check it out. Space pumping module. Not even a quest, really. Lame. Alright, well this is the first of many of these. So this is probably the #1 reason people make Space Elevator. Obviously you need it for other things like the mining module and the assembler. But this is really what it's all about. This is space pumping. Now how we configure this... It's a really great question. Gas type. Okay. Oh, right. So there's a planet number and then there's a gas number. Okay. And what we want is... I've been trying to think, like, which thing did I want to prioritize? I think I do want the oxygen. I want to solve that issue. Never have to worry about that again. Unless I see something else. Oh yeah, people even pump distilled water, don't they? Which seems crazy because distilled water feels so free to me, but I guess this will technically do it faster later on. Hydrogen's a decent one as well. We do have planetary gas siphons around a space station around Jupiter that are getting us hydrogen right now. So I think our hydrogen situation is okay at the moment. And a lot of the hydrogen goes toward ammonia, honestly. We probably will pump ammonia eventually. But yeah, I think oxygen, that's it. So planet 7, gas number 4. Okay. So planet 7. Wait, no. Gas type 4. And there it even says oxygen gas inside the
You have to be a new
window. Kind
of low to pickpocket a midget.
Okay. Okay. Can you pump chlorine directly or is it just salt water? You know what? I don't think there is chlorine directly. Let me look again. That's a good question. Yeah, so you have to like take salt water and I guess you would electrolyze it, right? Which is kind of annoying. But I don't see us having chlorine issues for a long time, just because our salt bees are so good, but... Well, I'm sure it'll be an issue one day. Dude, Crypto, you are full of it.
Didn't Diddy set up a full map with salt bees?
I think so.
That's
Or
hardcore.
maybe not just salt bees, but I think that was like one of the main things in one of them. I think he said he was making a 5th mega apiary.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, so if I put an output hatch on this, and then I guess I could like control this with like a wireless redstone. Okay, let's see. We'll put our output hatch right here. And then we'll just connect up a wireless connector directly to that. Like so. And then, is that it? Seems like it's working. Wait, it's using 7.8 million EU per tick? Oh wow, okay. So the way this works is it gets its energy directly from the space elevator itself. Right now we've been powering our space elevator with a one UHV hatch. Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. We need something stronger. Let's see, like 16 amp. We're using a UV 64 amp dynamo hatch at the moment. Okay. Yeah, let's get a UHV 64 amp dynamo hatch, and then let's get a UHV 16 amp energy hatch. Ready for a bad joke? Well, I thought I already heard them, but if you have another one. Static on YouTube says, I don't think there's ever an issue for CarX. Just playing TJ at the moment. Oh, okay, nice. I really want to try that pack eventually. Saltwater can only be pumped from in-game planets, so I'm jealous.
Maybe Hitler wouldn't have been so grumpy if people hadn't left him hanging for high fives all the time.
Oh my god, that's super edgy.
Wow.
But, yeah, chlorine is way easier in GTNH, I would say. Or it seems like it. Especially if you do bees. Especially then. Alright, I guess while I'm waiting on that craft, we can go ahead and program some of these other things. Conveyor belt. Piston. Dude, this stuff uses so much infinity. This is why you want the DTPF as soon as possible. For anybody who doesn't know, probably one of the first things you do with the DTPF is you use it as a better source of getting infinity. So this recipe is kind of nice, because we'll be able to get the infinity combs from the infinity bee. I assume this is probably the way to go initially, because he uses less catalyst than this recipe. Yeah, like a third less catalyst, which is probably that seems like a no-brainer. But then there's other ways to get the infinity. Where is it? You can eventually do this recipe here. But yeah, that'll probably be one of our biggest uses of the DTPF initially. Just stocking up on infinity. Let's see. And robot arm. The bio mainframe, wetware mainframe, and crystal processor mainframe. Yes, we use all the mainframes. Well, not all of them. A lot of them. Okay, pop these in here. Let's see, can we make a conveyor? We can. Let's do it. Wow. You're taking a trip down memory lane right now.
Yep.
These old ass chests.
Well, they've got some stuff for the rails.
What if soy milk is just regular milk introducing itself in Spanish?
Wait, I don't get that one at all. Never mind. Sorry, what were you saying, Kat?
I said it's just helpful because it gives you stuff for the rails. We had a lot of stuff in here.
Oh,
Railroad crafts back.
I remember when I was glancing at that quest page that you're working on. Yeah, there's like
A whole bunch.
a lot.
Like, speed carts things. Aren't they removing this in .7?
Yeah, I think there were certain parts of Railcraft that were just straight up getting removed. That's what I heard. I think that's what you heard as well, yeah. Now, obviously, they're keeping in, you know, you gotta have things like the water tank, the tank that you use for steam and other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's all Railcraft. But yeah. Wasn't somebody that we know playing with a lot of Railcraft stuff? It was either Sean Hayes or John B. Kirst. I don't think I'm making that up.
I know I've seen some people using Minecraft, but I don't remember who it was.
Oh yeah.
And Crypto,
ahead.
we do have a lot of Spanish-speaking people in the community. We just
Yep.
aren't that fluent in it.
Yep.
I've taken Spanish before, but that was back in high school. So I know soy is Spanish, but I don't remember what it means.
They tried to teach us a little bit of Spanish in 4th grade. That was the
Really?
extent. Yeah. That was the
Like-
extent of my knowledge.
I know by time I was in middle school, it was like a requirement to have like an elective as a another language. I'm surprised you didn't have to do that.
I did. I did Latin.
Oh. Hey,
Why?
Blade.
You know, why? Good question. I don't know. Hey, Blade, what's up? How you doing? So I was looking at this recipe here. So, do you ever remember us having this? We had it in like Enigmatica 2 Expert, I think. It's called the Enhanced Charm of Dislocation. And while it's not like overly useful for us at this particular, you know, for us using home commands and stuff, it basically like saves a databank of like a bunch of locations. And
Oh.
allows you to teleport to those different locations.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to use it. Dude, I gotta get rid of
Does
this.
seem vaguely familiar.
Gotta get rid of this thunder.
Yeah, it's a little
Oh,
obnoxious.
Sorry, what?
I said that thunder was a little bit obnoxious.
A little much, yeah. Yo soy ducky, I am ducky. Is that what that means? Hey, somebody's got to. But yeah, so in the quest page that you're working on right now, there was the quest for that thing. So
Okay.
now there's also this thing called the relocator, which I think is relocator allows for teleportation to previously marked locations, even between dimensions. Uses quite a lot of power. And yeah, I think we could have made this like 2 tiers ago in UV. If we didn't use home commands, this would be really useful. But woke up, drank my coffee, now making some passive machines before I leave to work. Nice. Dude, I feel like you were just on Discord a couple hours ago saying you were going to bed. Did you get much sleep? Uh-oh. Okay, here's our energy hatch. And 64M dynamo hatch. Okay, perfect. All right. Let's see. UHV to UV. We do need a oh.
I'm trying to figure it out myself first.
Okay. I mean,
I don't have to put any kind of filter on this saying what I want, do I?
no, but don't take that out. Don't. Honestly, if you're trying to grow something else, you probably should just make another tree growth simulator. Like,
I just wanted to get a couple quick things of the. Why does this thing just hate me so much?
okay, hold on. A couple quick things of what? What are you trying to make?
I'm trying to get some more oak wood together because I'm going to need to make a bunch of this. So I just wanted to get some more.
Okay, and you
oak
put a
wood.
flowering oak sapling in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Now here's the problem. You have to filter it down here. So you have to make sure it doesn't go inside this extreme voltage chest buffer, which it was. And then you have to whitelist it to go out of here into the main system. So there's 2 storage buses on the purple network that sort of route the stuff properly where it needs to go.
Oh, okay.
So that was probably the main problem you're having. Let's see. Yep, you're getting your oak wood now. 44,000.
Awesome. Thank you.
And then whenever you're done, just, put the other sapling back.
Okay.
It should be fine. So if you're ever trying to do a new thing, then you got to filter it down there in the storage buses. Both of them.
Oh, but we're good now, right? Since I just put it back, I don't have to do anything else.
Click on the controller. Just make sure it's making spruce wood again.
Yes, it's spruce.
Yeah, you're good. Question is what to name said robot. Well, it has to be some kind of bee pun, right? Would only be
It really does.
appropriate. You have 16 barrels full of stone dust. So here's the story with stone dust is pretty much the only thing you really need it for is to make mining fluid for multi-miners later on. That's a thing that you start getting into in EV, I want to say. But honestly, you just end up getting so much of it that you should probably just keep a certain stock of it and then just void the rest. There's even for context, Blade, there's in these end game integrated ore factories that you get, there's literally a setting with a screwdriver. Here, let me get rid of this real quick. Oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah. If you look at the tooltip, it says void stone dust true. So there's literally like a void stone dust setting on the controller. Just because that's like a thing people generally want to do. So. Alright, so go over here to fluid storage. Actually, there's a couple things that we need to do. So first thing is our current method of getting oxygen is this right here, this electrolyzer. And really, we don't need this anymore. We're gonna disable this. Appreciated. How are we? Is that using a level emitter? How was I doing this? Should not keep that much. Yeah, you probably don't. And for whenever you do need the storage, the stone dust for the mining fluid, you can easily get a whole lot more at that particular moment. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Was that the only place where we getting oxygen? I think that is. Okay. So we deactivated that because the only place we're getting oxygen now is our new space pump. So what I want to do is come over here to super tank oxygen. We really need to put a what am I trying to think of? We really need to get some yacht tanks for some of these storage. Yo, King Cam, what's up? Robot walks into a bar, says he needs to loosen up, so the bartender serves him a screwdriver. I like that one. A solid one.
Cute.
Seems like we're still making oxygen somewhere. Oh, no. It's coming from that that output hatch. The ME output hatch I had earlier. Okay. Yeah, so this is fine. So come over to our space pump again. We've got an advanced redstone receiver internal. And we're going to set it to the same frequency, 30,013. And so, yeah, this will just turn on whenever oxygen runs below 14 million over there. Again, we should make a much bigger buffer, but all right for the time being. And let's get a sign here as well. Oxygen.
Hey, Jolly. Thank you so much for that sub.
Hey, Jolly. Thanks so much. I don't think I've seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I'll have to come back and check on this just to make sure it's working properly, but yeah, hopefully that should be good. Been doing good, been gragged out lately. Heck yeah. What's going on in your world these days? Oh, it did just turn on for a second there. Static says over on YouTube, just looked at the changelog. I think it is removal of the railcraft and forestry ingots, but the actual machines might be staying. Okay, that would kind of make more sense because you wouldn't want to like mess up people's worlds or builds. Like, for anybody who's actually done a proper railcraft system, I guess. Sure, there are people out there. Oh, haven't played. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Last I did was attempt to bee breed. I feel like I remember you talking about that before. Yeah. Were you trying to use the Oblivion frame? Or did you not have that yet? Because Oblivion frame definitely makes it significantly more tolerable. The bee breeding stuff can be a little bit rough in the beginning, for sure. Oh, you had them. Okay. Yeah. Hey, it's just not everybody's cup of tea as well. That's always a factor. Oh. That you got from... I remember that now. Yep. 6 in 1 stronghold. Yeah, that is super lucky.
So weird. I made the track, but it's not counting it.
Let me take a look. It's train spotting, yeah. Whenever I click on it, it's this railcraft. 804736 is the item
Yep.
identifier. Yeah. And that's what you have.
Yep.
Oh, it's a crafting task. So did you craft that inside the applied energistic system?
Yes.
You have to do it in a normal crafting table.
What a jerk.
Yep. It's that's a thing. That's why I'm doing open computers for them and crops. Hey, fair enough. Oh, you know what? I meant to check if there was phosphoric acid for space pumping. I don't think there was, though. Molten copper. That's such a weird one. I think you actually do need like a ton, like many millions of like copper dust or something late game. I seem to recall seeing that on somebody's YouTube video. Really should look into open computer. I mean, especially if you know Lua already. If you don't, I don't think it's the hardest language to learn from what I understand. And then of course, you know, people have already done setups and stuff that you can just copy. Ammonia, fluorine. Yeah, no phosphoric acid. That's okay though. Oh, you got it. Good. Minecart with... Wait, what was that? Minecart with tank, workbench, or furnace? I'm so curious how all this works now.
Yeah, we've never like ventured into the minecart stuff together.
Do we do a Railcraft world in the future?
I think that'd be kind of interesting.
It would be interesting. To an extent. A cart with a chunk loader? Dude, that's so weird. How would you implement that in a practical manner? Always wanted to go nuts with Railcraft, never had the guts. Yeah, I mean, it's like... it's this whole other world of thought, right? Like that is the most bizarre part of the whole thing. This quest might not be completable in multiplayer. Wait, what? World Anchor. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, I guess if somebody disabled World Anchor crafting. Yeah. Trickier than it seems like it would be. It might be. I mean, I know a lot of people would probably say the better version of Railcraft is just create. You know, the evil, dirty word, create. But I'll be right back, Kat.
Okay. Right. I had no idea there were so many things for this cart stuff. I'm plugging away. What time is it? Can I finish all of these minecart things within the next hour? Steam locomotive. Well, that is pretty cool. We really should focus more on this, like Steve Carts when we're first starting out next time. Pressure boiler tank. We haven't had to like make this stuff in forever.
Make what stuff?
Like the high pressure boiler tank and stuff.
Oh gosh.
Well, this one's specifically for railcraft, but I know we were making stuff similar to this when we were doing the steam stuff.
Yeah, I want to say that was part of like the steam oven recipe. Yeah, it totally is. You need 4 of them for a steam oven. Wait, did they change that recipe? No. You hear the story about the headless robot. According to reports, he completely lost his mind. Okay. There was... Let's see. Electrical revolution. Whoa. We've entered the electrical revolution. Crazy. Let's see. Yeah, we also did get our UEV conveyor module, you know, yada, 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 all that stuff. There was one thing on the UEV quest page that I did want to complete today, though. Yeah, we can get the rest of the components. Not a big deal. Nobody's impressed by that. But, oh, and there's the space pump. It is a quest. Okay. Oh god, I bet these things are hard to make. So this is the assembly line casing for the component assembly line. You need the UEV casing if you want to make UEV parts with this thing. Now, when we made the UHV ones, you need 43. These were insane as far as the cost goes. What's it like for UEV? Oh, yeah. 8 robot arms for 1. Okay. 8 times 43 robot arms, you know. Casual. That's even more painful than UHV was. Alright, well, I don't know about all that. But what I wanted to do is this right here. Because tomorrow I do intend to take us down the circuit line. I want to get as far with this as we can. The ultimate circuit assembly machine. Be pretty easy to craft, just a couple UHV components. Couple UEV bio mainframes. Pop that in there. Ultimate circuit. There we go. Easy. $512 track. Ew.
Yeah.
Gross. Let's see. What else have you got? I mean, you've actually knocked out a pretty large part of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that whole part of the quest book knocked out by the time we end stream today.
Yeah. There'll be a couple at the bottom right that you can't, but you'll get almost all of them. What is this thing, though? Planar gateways. Planar gateway.
Yeah.
What?
I wasn't going to touch those yet. I was just going to focus on the rail ones today.
Oh, okay. Let you travel to a pocket dimension.
Oh.
Really? I didn't think there was another way to make like personal dimension stuff in this. I'm very curious to see what this looks like. Teleporter, yeah.
Are we sure it's not going to just take us to the normal personal dimension?
I don't think so. It looks like it's like a different... It's part of Thalmic Horizons. But it doesn't seem related at all to the normal personal dimension stuff, but... I mean, I guess we'll see. Planar conduit, that's pretty easy to make. Yes. Very simple. It's different. Oh, have you made it before, Crypto? What do you know about this? Oh, on your test world? Okay. Dude, this is one thing that's like hampering my crafting more than anything else, are these superconductor-based UHV ingots. Like, you would have thought with 256 amps of UHV would be enough. Same thing for the mega vacuum freezer. It takes forever. One thing that we're gonna have to do eventually is pretty much just upgrade our entire power line. Right now we've been using 4096 amp UHV hatches, which is fine, but there are gonna be little moments where we want more energy than that across our entire network. Another personal dimension, you can't customize it. Oh, that sucks. So is it just like a overworld looking place, or is it just like flat world or something? One all black personal dimension, last Millennium Portal is good for that. Yeah, we actually made that, I think, at the end of last week's stream.
Oh, yeah.
It was a Chrono Trigger reference, which was really cool. Yeah, this right here. I really wonder what this guy is supposed to trade. I mean, I personally don't like the all black look for like a permanent base, but cauldron of water here. Okay. You can build in there. I mean, that's cool that that's an option. How hard was that portal to make anyway? Into the last dimension. So you need arcane infusion from Thaumcraft. Burnt quartz, carved eminence. Actually not that bad. Yeah, you could get there. You could get there in MV easily. Looks like. Yeah. Oh look, our old base. Such simpler times.
Things have changed so much since then.
So much. But like I've said before, I like the beginning of the game too. It's fun.
Mm-hmm. I really enjoyed our journey this playthrough.
All right, so we got that quest complete, which opens up the quest for holy water. So this is all getting changed in 2.7, where you need the different grades, quote unquote, of water at different voltage tiers. So I think the first time you need it is ZPM, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I haven't been playing on beta, but my understanding is that we could make all these grades of water right now and then stock up on them, and then they'll convert to the new version of the water when we update, which would be really, really good. Oh, Static says, from memory, he doesn't trade anything. His whole purpose is to tell you that it is the end of the world. Wow. That's dark.
Very dark.
So this quest just wanted us to make one of these, I think. Because then the next quest wants us to make the optically enriched crystalline boule. Oh, that's an interesting recipe. Okay. Right, and then you use the purified water in a cutting machine. It looks like it just, like, the grade of water that you have dictates the processing time. Yeah, this might not be something that we worry too much about right at the moment. The Oganesson tin plasma. Wow, for one wafer? That's a lot of Oganesson. Something tells me we're going to have to eventually dedicate a compact fusion to Oganesson. Because you can't pump it, right? Yeah, you can't space pump it. Ooh, okay. And then electric implosion compressor with a fluxed electrum singularity. Really? Oh, but you can just use the implosion compressor? Okay. You'll need 6 dedicated MK5 compacts for it. Oh, man. Yeah, that's going to be pretty crazy. That is why, if we look over here where I've started the compact fusions anyway, I did leave myself space for a good amount of these along the walkway here. So if we came out to like right here, for example, it's like room enough for, let's see, they take up like half a chunk. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They'd be enough for 16 compact fusions. I don't know if I'm going to need more than 16. Maybe I will. But yeah, the idea was to put Godforge over here. But if we need more than 16, I might have to just like take this back further, which is fine. But yeah, that's the plan at the moment. Okay. Just so we can get through this quest at least. It looks like the way you get grade 1 is sifter. That's a slow recipe. Okay. How did you flatten out the whole area? Oh, we use world edit in this world. Yeah, I mean, that would have been way too much otherwise, right? We didn't start using world edit till like the UEV Age, roughly. Of course, we only use it for building aesthetics and stuff like that. And I've said this several times on stream before, I'm not usually one to build in creative or anything like that. But when it comes to just the massive amount of space you need in GTNH, I'm all for it. Okay, let's put that away for now. And you know what? We're just going to do a really quick setup with a sifter. How much of this do I need? 18, I think. And then the casings, UEV energy hatch. But yeah, we're just gonna make a little bit of this just to get it started. Let's get a maintenance hatch, muffler. I might just void all the outputs. I really don't care about any of that stuff. But we'll need a reservoir and then an output hatch. Gimme. I think that should do it. And yeah, again, this is temporary. But yeah, we'll just place that right here. See if I remember how to build a sifter properly. Been a little while. There are sieve grates in here. Okay. I was correct. Nice. Maintenance hatch. We can put a reservoir hatch. Do output hatch right here. And then energy can go right there. Perfect. Some draconic cable. ME cable as well. Have enough. Yeah, we got enough channels. Okay. We're good. Not enough item output space. That's okay, because we're voiding them. Let's see, 395 liters per second. That's fine. That's not bad. Okay, and we'll come over to fluid storage. Let's get just a 64K. Fluid cell should be fine. And filter our grade 1 water. Oh, 50 seconds. Okay, yeah. All right, there we go. Nice. Quest wanted, yeah, just get one empty cell's worth. There we go. Nice. All right, yeah, and this is the whole part I want to get into tomorrow. And actually, I might, flesh out the grade water stuff, because I do want to stock up on all of it before 2.7 update. Otherwise, we're going to have several things all the way back to ZPM, for example. I believe it's either this nanopower IC or this PPIC wafer, one of the two, requires like a grade 3 water or something. And so we would have a lot of crafts that would just be completely broken if we didn't have access to the water initially. And we want to be able to, at the very least, build the new water plant stuff that's coming in 2.7 that Penguin designed. So I think it'd be quite prudent to get stocked up on all those. Looks like grade 2, all you do is use a fluid heater. Okay. Grade 3 you get from distillation. Grade 4 you get with a laser engraver and whatever the hell lens that is. Okay. Grade 5 is an LCR. Yeah, all of this is like pretty simple stuff. Laser engraver again. Distillation tower. Oh yeah, we do start getting into like... Yeah, here's a chemical bath, which requires UEV. Ooh. Okay. And that's the highest grade water, it looks like. So there's 8 total. Yeah, 8 total. Okay, we actually could do all 8. Yeah. That's totally doable. So yeah, I might set up some of the grade water stuff. If not between now and tomorrow, then sometime this week. But regardless, we'll be able to press on. We'll be able to do this stuff here. Get our optical circuit boards. This is where our space assembler comes into play. We've already got that all set up. The optical memory, exact same thing here. Although we do need superconductor first. We should be able to get that. Yeah. Time to get to work. Yeah, hey. There's a lot to do. That's for sure. But a lot of this should go pretty quickly tomorrow. We'll be able to get our first UEV energy hatch, see how much we can kind of flesh things out. Like I was saying before, I have to find a really good, like an ideal laser hatch to kind of spread throughout the base. Because again, I don't want to use this one long term, UHV 4096. We could go for a higher amperage UHV. But that does start to use these sensors. More of these. And these are still kind of a painful craft for us, honestly. Even with the component assembly line. This is a bit much. I mean, we could do it. Alternatively, we could also go down a tier to UV lasers. The UV parts are much more affordable for us. And we could go for something crazy like 262,000 amps. Each one of these does use a lot of these UV sensors, but again, these are a little more doable for us because it just uses wraps of UV circuits. So it's just crystal processors for us. And that is a possibility. Be a lot of crafting. Because we're talking about realistically, we're talking about probably 32 active transformers. All of these blue boxes underneath here would all need these new hatches. It would definitely be a lot. However, it would be sort of like a long-term viable solution, because even if we take 262,000 and divide it by like 16 to get UEV amps, that's still 16,000 UEV amps, which is our current voltage tier. Divide that by 4 again, that's still 4,000 of UIV amps. Divide by 4 again, that's still 1,000 UMV. Like, yeah, that really could work out long term. Sorry, Kat, I've been yapping so much lately. I don't mean to like.
Fine.
I know you're in the zone. You're in your, doing your own very different thing over there. But
I'm very like in the zone, so I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just yapping on about 262,000 UV amps, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I think I might literally go with that exact one. It's going to be a very painful craft. It's going to take a long time to craft all that stuff, but there's no way we lack the resources to do this, though. Let me actually, just while I'm thinking about it, so that's the laser target, the laser source hatch as well, and those require emitters, Cart with chunk loader, dude, that's so funny.
Right?
I kind of want to play around with that.
Well, then do it, baby.
Well, not right now. Got way too many other things to do right now. One day. Okay, so this is assembler circuit 6. Okay. Let's say I wanted to make 32 UV 262,144 amp laser source hatches. Okay. Only thing we're missing is crystal socks. That's easy to fix. Actually, that's not easy to fix. I've been having an issue with this thing lately. It's one of those like recursive processing crafts that the problem with it is there's this extra 20% chance for an additional 2, which really throws a wrench in the works because it means this thing eventually gets full. Yeah, I need to fix this. Okay. Basically, this is like a way of making these like chips that are able to make crystal processors cheaper. But the problem is, yeah, you need to manage these things. I think what I'm just gonna have to do is send it all to the ME system and then use like a kind of priority system, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what to do. Okay. We do insert only storage bus here. Wait, not there. Here. Because we always want to make sure that this thing is fully stocked, this forge hammer. Otherwise the circular craft ends. We want to do insert only. Do like something crazy like 100,000. Filter for the gem. Actually, let's not put it there. Let's put it on the side here. Also, how many channels do we have left here? Couple. Okay. Yeah, insert only 100,000. Connect that up. And then let's do an output bus. ME here instead. Yep. And then let's do a stocking input bus. Here. It's going to be circuit 20. It's also going to have this emerald lens inside of it. And then we're also going to do garnets. And then that should always run, theoretically. And then I actually don't know if I ever want this to really turn off. Yeah, let's get rid of the level emitter. And we'll just keep making them. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Now we're getting 256 at a time. So the 5,000 that we were missing, we should get in no time at all. And then we can actually request that craft. It's going to be an insane craft, but I think that's going to be well worth the effort. By the way, I don't think I went over the battery thing, Kat, did I?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't think I talked about it today. So I did discuss this on our Discord briefly. For anybody who does not know, there's this certain battery in here. See that orange one down there? This is a UHV ultimate capacitor. You get this thing from making a really ultimate battery, and this is a very difficult craft. Mainly because of these 8 ultimate batteries. So you need 8 ultimate batteries, which then require 8 energy clusters each. Like, it's just a lot. It's this whole web of nested crafting that eventually gets you to this. Whenever you get this for the first time for your Labotronic supercapacitor, it changes the paradigm of how you deal with power completely. Because up until that point, you've probably been doing something similar to... let me go over here to our old power system real quick. You've been probably doing something like this, where you use an RS latch, and then you've got a lower bound and an upper bound for your battery. And you use that to dictate like when you turn on your generators and when you turn them off. Usually because like with the turbines, there's a ramp up time, so you want to make sure that, you know, they're not just kicking on all the time. But then what happens once you get this battery is you don't even deal with that anymore. You basically just run the reactors whenever you can. Whenever you run the power whenever you can to fill this thing up. Because if you look at the time to full here, 4.52 years. That's because the total capacity is, I believe that is 9 quintillion, 233 quadrillion, 373 trillion, 240 billion, 454 million, etc. An absolutely insane amount of power. Like, your battery capacity just goes up exponentially with this upgrade. And so basically I've just got this wireless here, and I've got these fluid level emitters. So it's basically whenever we have the fuel and the catalyst to run the generators, we'd run them. And you don't even worry about the battery filling up because it's never going to fill up at this rate. we'd have to have insane power upgrades in order to get to that point. So I actually was not expecting that at all. When I put this thing in, I had these energy detector covers, and they literally would only read that 9 quintillion value. You couldn't put anything else in them. It was like this integer overflow error type thing, apparently. Just super crazy stuff. So, I mean, it's kind of nice to just keep filling up a battery, you know, however much you can. Also could kind of send us into like a false sense of security, because we think, oh, we've got all the power in the world, but you know, if I keep draining this thing with what, how much can we make right now? I think we can make like 2.8 billion. So if my output was greater than 2.8 billion, I mean, we will run out eventually, but you made your first roll accelerator. No clue why I'm so nervous to hook it up. I mean, it's not going to blow up or anything.
I'm always scared about them blowing up when I go to set them up. That's why I like Ben setting them up.
Unless you like overvolt it. So like if you're giving if you give an MV World Accelerator HV amps, then yeah, that's not going to be good. But that's anything. If you're going to run it in, it's the 6 amps that scare you. Well, just make sure your cable can handle it. And otherwise, you'll be fine. Have you turned off mob spawning? We did turn off mob spawning. In the quote-unquote official Stargate rules. That is an IV thing. We turned it off to just reduce lag, and because Cat hates mobs.
Yes.
So the sooner we can turn them off legally, legally again, quote unquote, the better for her. So she paid her dues. She did plenty of fights. A couple of deaths, It's an HV1, so 6 HV gens. What are you using your World Accelerator for, Crypto? I know one of our first uses was probably the bees, I want to say.
Yeah, I think that was the first time we used it.
Makes bee breeding so much easier.
Mm-hmm.
An apiary, yep. Maybe if Jolly had tried an apiary with a World Accelerator, maybe they would have had a better time. I don't know if Jolly is still here or not.
Hopefully they don't come to hate bees like a lot of people hate Pneumaticcraft.
Dude, who was it? Was it Solarius who was just like, I hate that mod?
What, the Pneumaticcraft?
Yeah.
Yeah, that that's pretty cruel. The mod's pretty evil.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. For the bot, I'm sure it won't have the patience. Yeah, one other thing I wanted to work on, I guess, we got like a couple minutes left. Actually, I don't know if I'm not going to work on this today or not, but there is this thing called the Eternal Singularity. And, well, you can make it this way with Molten Spacetime later, but that's not available to us. It's this extreme crafting, and you need a bunch of these other singularities, some cosmic neutronium, black plutonium. And then if you click on these singularities, each one of them requires multiple singularities. So it's this whole...
Crap.
Huh?
I was like, holy crap, all the singularities.
It's this whole rabbit hole. But we do literally require this for the DTPF. Right here. We need 4 of them, actually. I had forgotten that. So it's something that we definitely need to automate. And we can automate this over in our building where we've been putting these neutronium compressors and dire autocrafting tables. I've already kind of prepared. I did program the main craft. Let's see, eternal singularity. Yeah. So basically, I've just got to encode all this stuff. That might be a thing that I also do off stream. Just, you know, it's not the most interesting thing ever to do, but definitely necessary. Not only for the DTPF, but if you look at this, there's also some other quests that chain off of it, which of course, per our challenge, we will have to do. One of them, Cat, is the Infinity Chest. Do you remember what this is?
Oh, not really, but it sounds like something I would really like.
The Infinity Chest will hold 243 item types. And it will basically hold, I don't think it's infinite amounts of that item type, but pretty close to it. So basically we would just look in our system, look at the 243 highest, you know, amount items, and we can put them all in the Infinity Chest.
That is awesome.
It would really free up our storage. We could even make a second one, put it over at Biva as well. Just never have storage problems over there again either. Be pretty nice.
That'll be really nice.
They became way less bad after the minor upgrade of an EO Age. I'm not sure what you were talking about, Static, or when you said that message. It's the integer limit of each, but if you put more than that, it takes another item slot. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Is the integer limit the 9 quintillion number, or is it the 2 billion number? It can't be the 2 billion number. I think that used to be a thing in like older mod packs. Oh, you were talking about the Eternal Scene. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. You can even get 243 slots of stone dust. Oh boy. But yeah, that'll be really, really nice. You guys are still on it? Yeah, of course. Now we're about to take off in a little bit here. But another thing that you can make is the digital singularity. And this holds just one item type. But again, almost an infinite amount. So, I mean, in a way, the Infinity Chest is way better than the digital singularity thing. But my understanding is you still want to make a ton of these eventually. You can store more than 4 quintillion items. I think you use this for like EOHs. All the items that come from EOHs. You're at work already making breakfast. Ooh. What's for breakfast? Easy way to make me hungry.
Right. It always hits you about this time every night.
It really does, yeah. So we'll need to make 4 of these for the DTPF. I could easily see us making a 5th one for the Infinity Chest. This would be really, really nice to have. And yeah, UEV circuits. It's a lot of UEV circuits, but this is totally doable for us at this point. You 100% want the digital singularity compared to the Infinity Chest because of the limit difference. Oh, okay. So then my inclination was right in the beginning then. So the Infinity Chest only does 2 billion-ish of each item. And digital singularity does, 4 quintillion, which is, slight difference. Just slight. Okay, yeah, good to know. So yeah, we'll work on that. Maybe this week we'll get the certificate of not being a noob anymore. You seen this thing, Kat?
Uh-uh.
Congratulations, you've beaten most of the pack. I don't believe that, but okay. Here we have something absolutely outrageous. Here we have some absolutely outrageous final challenges for you. Maybe start by showing us your certificate. And it's the certificate of not being a noob anymore. The NAN certificate. And it's just 128 blocks of neutronium in an extruder. Look at that processing time, though. Ooh. I don't know what the math comes out to in the end for that. But dang. Okay. Can I just make this now? But yeah, thank you again, Static, over on YouTube for that information. That's really helpful. All right. You know what? Why not? Let's do it.
What?
Not a noob certificate.
Oh boy.
See how long this is going to take. 119,837 seconds. Do I dare do the math on that? $1,997 minutes. 33 hours. Well, I just tied up one of our 4 extruders for 33 hours. I kind of feel like a noob for doing that, but...
Well, hopefully we won't need to use that machine for the rest of the night.
Probably not. Honestly, it'll probably be fine because it's just one part of the quad, and I don't think anything else requires that specific part necessarily. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, static 33 hours, yep. Alright, well. That'll be a fun thing. Another one of those things I remember Car Ike's getting way back in the day, and didn't know if we would ever get there. Oh god, what are you getting into? HV transformer.
Yeah.
The old school transformer.
I'm working on a teleporter.
Oh god. Okay.
Yeah, I
Wait, did you already
finished all the railcraft.
Oh.
Except this one that's right over here, but it's gated right now.
Hey.
So I was like, well, I'll start working on these.
All right, cool.
But yeah, I have booked it through this tab today.
I really wouldn't hate having one of those relocators that's kind of down there a little bit.
This one?
Mm-hmm. It says it uses a lot of power. I guess we'll have to see how much, but I don't know. It would just be like, I love the home commands. Like, obviously that's brain dead easy, but it'd just be nice to have like a list of locations.
Yeah.
Which is what I really liked about the Charm of Dislocation from Draconic Evolution as well. So. Oh, you already got it. Jeez. He's a literal machine.
I didn't make the teleporter yet. I don't know why. I guess we got one from a bag or something.
Oh. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Actually, it might have been a loot bag thing or something. Actually, I don't know. Is it in the system? Oh.
That's weird. Maybe we used it to make something else.
That could be. Dude, yeah, what the heck? Teleporter. Well, you know what's funny? We need one for the DTPF, believe it or not. It's part of the craft. Okay. Deep Dark Portal. No, we didn't make that. Advanced Miner? Maybe I did make this. Hold on. Advanced Miner. No? I don't know. Whatever.
Oh well, I'm making more. It's okay.
Oh, you're going to go ahead and make another one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's good because I will need that. Your contribution is most appreciated.
You're very welcome.
Please.
I can help with things.
Dude, you were very helpful at the end of UHV. You were knocking out those quests. That's probably a good place for us to call it tonight. Don't you think?
I think so.
Let's see who's on. Nobody playing GTNH.
What?
Blasphemy. What about Gregtech? Nobody. Hold on.
That's so cool, Crypto. Crypto finished the B-bot.
Oh, dude. Yeah, let us know how it works. Like, you know, how good it is. I'm very curious about that.
I did post pictures in Discord.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'll have to check that out. Faux show. All right. Well, I think we're just going to leave it there. Hope you guys have a great evening. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the subs. Like, that was kind of a crazy day. Yeah. Good to be back at it this week. Kat and I will be back tomorrow, per usual.
Mm-hmm. Knocking out more quests.
That's like your modus operandi at this point.
Well, I feel like we have so much left in these like extraneous tabs.
Oh yeah, there's
that
so
need
much
to be done.
Yeah.
Like,
God knows I'm not going to do it.
I know you don't look forward to a lot of those.
Well, no, I don't mind. It's just that there's so much to do, like, already.
Yes.
Is kind of my frame of mind.
We are giving what we are best at as our focus. Like,
Yeah.
that's what we're
That's
doing.
fair.
So don't do that.
That's fair. Crypto says I didn't blow up. Okay. Good. I'm glad it did not blow up. But yeah, thanks for hanging out again. And we'll be back tomorrow. Until then, y'all have a good night, okay?